Hello. Happy Monday. How's it going, everyone? 1 second. Hello. Dave, Trish, Andres, Ponytama, Chill, Struggler. Struggler's so excited. Hi E. Archidon, KNK, will the big three be placed here or not? I guess you'll have to wait and see. Happy Sade, Nora, Rose, thank you very much, Rose, for the 19 months. Thank you very much. Whoa, interesting username. How's it going, Silver? JG, One Piece about to be in the dishonorable mentions. Don't spoil. Don't spoil. JG, Wokeism, Blue Dragonfly, Lolo. I'm ready to lose my few remaining points. We do have some bets on deck. We do have some bets today, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to say. Who are we kidding? The bets are more interesting and hype than the actual rankings, so I had to include them. Diego, Mind Mess. I feel like Haikyuu might be in danger. In danger, yeah? You think Haikyuu's got a big drop? You think Haikyuu's got a big drop? Interesting. Holly, Soul Samurai, 14 drop, eh? Interesting, Dave. Clibsy, Fellow Nerd, Hannah. Fight to the death for your betting points, do it. Ray, Tom, Sunflux, Indy, Winter Lantern. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Downpour. I'm ready to follow whatever bets you make. Oh boy. See, the thing is with these streams is I think they're a little bit easier to do on my end, and like generally, no character is more important than the story they're in, so it's the most important list. But also, it's easier to shift talking generally about stories than to talk deeply, or attempt to talk deeply about why I love, you know, Poof, and then talk deeply about why I love Crollo or Emmett. You know, it's like, it's a jarring switch. So it's a little more easygoing in that way. Welcome in. Handy, Bea, DJ Evans, hola to you, Pepino. Happy Monday, Miss Trish. Angry Shadow, Daddy Yum Yum. I see, Struggler. I'm expecting Bleach in the 70s, coping but good cope? Interesting. We'll see. We'll see what I do with Bleach. We'll see what I did with Bleach. Assuming I like it. Assuming I like Bleach. Who knows if I like Bleach? Hello, Sunflux. Yesterday was one of the most unhinged streams I've ever done. This is true. Hello, Becca. Instead of Haikyuu, AJ has added the real-life NBA. Man, Hannah, I told you not to spoil. Hello, Second. Unlucky Emperor. But although, if we are actually ranking the real-life NBA, this weekend is not even on this list. This weekend had two really good games, especially the last one. Everything else was a wash. Mango Jam, Carrie. Guncharaz. Is Emmett peak right off the bat, or is this something over time? Both. Morbus Kid? Very true. Slacker? I was wondering if you have your FF14 ARR to Stormblood VODs up anywhere. There are no VODs. I did not play that on stream. I only started streaming 14 at post Stormblood. Jay? Atomic? It was very fun. Yes, it was Nora. It was somehow more unhinged than that. Nuggets or Lakers? Nuggets. Hello, Safwa. Is the One Piece subathon confirmed? Check the Discord. Yes. Yes, it is. But I mentioned that on the Discord yesterday. All the news about future plans, I mentioned 2 dates on the Discord. Yakuza 7, April 29th, and One Piece subathon, May 3rd. That is all in the Discord. Catching up to One Piece soon. It's a new era. It's a new era. Thank you, Indie Lord, for the 27 months. I love the Radon shirt. Thank you. I've worn the Malekith one before, but I don't think I've worn the Radon one on stream. So I had to give it up for my goat. And one of the best games. And speaking of one of the best games, Andres was talking about playing Chrono Trigger while watching this stream. Holy shit. No worries, Gart. Oh no, Hannah. Oh no. It's been so fun following your One Piece journey. Thank you. I don't think H is ready for the subathon. I know I'm not ready for the subathon. I know. Guys, I read half the chapters of the subathon chapters, and I died. So I know I'm not ready. Thank you, Indy, again. Final Fantasy VIII or Stormblood? Final Fantasy VIII. Since I started a Pixar marathon, let me know your top 5 Pixar movies. Up? I need a list of them. Just so I don't miss any. But Up? The Incredibles? Bug's Life, Finding Nemo, and Monsters, Inc. What's up, guys? Welcome in. AJ will be the first ever streamer to die on stream due to peak fiction overdose. Well, you know, if I didn't die when streaming Endwalker, we're probably okay. But I guess you never know. Was it Hannah? That's so cool. I think the first I can remember is like Dogs versus Cats or something. WALL-E, I don't think I've seen WALL-E. If I've seen it, then I've forgotten all about it. I did almost die. That's true. That's true, Andres. Mike Wazowski's AJ Core? Probably. I did some peak Chrono Trigger things yesterday. Playing it in general is just peak. I don't remember which is specifically the DS side content. That's good parenting, Hannah. I got scared and almost cried to a Powerpuff Girls movie. Toy Story 2. I generally remember the Toy Story movies fondly, but I never had a huge connection to them. So, I'm sure they're great, but I just, I haven't seen them in ages, and yeah. Have you played Chrono Cross? No. I want to, eventually. I actually wanted to do that in 2023, but never got around to it. I have the, I believe I have the... I believe I have it bought, like the newish port they did, or remaster, whatever the hell it was. There is a Powerpuff Girls movie, yeah. Mojo Jojo scared the shit out of me. Oh, I have not actually bought Chrono Cross. Okay, now I bought Chrono Cross. Chrono Cross has been bought. I meant to do that ages ago. Welcome in, guys. One time it was like 5 a.m. and I was awake and went to put on the Bugs Life movie, and then I just couldn't figure out how to adjust the sound, so I kept twisting the volume control, and then there's this huge orchestra that started, and I burst into tears, and it took me like a year plus after that to watch it because it scared me so much. Very fair. Bugs Life was always a comfort movie for me for like 3-4 years. But I never had an experience like that. You haven't played Chrono Cross? No. I have not. I'm very excited for it, though. Mojo Jojo snubbed from the anti list? This is true. Hopper from Bugs Life. Let me make sure I know for sure who that is. Peak. He was one of my favorite characters. Scale of 1 to 5, how much you changed me? Unironically, like 2.5. Scariest fiction experience? We will be talking about that today, actually. The scariest fiction I've ever experienced. We will be talking about that today. Of course, Andres. I'll keep it secret. Oh, thank you, Hannah. I've said it before, so some people might know. Outer Wilds on the list? We'll see. Actually, you know what? Shall we just bring about the honorable mentions? Let's do it. Let me just make sure I'm not spoiling anything. But, I think we're good. Yeah. Here we are. We'll make it a little bigger. There we go. Honorable mentions. I guess I can read these out. There aren't a ton. Baldur's Gate 3, True Detective Season 1, Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, Super Paper Mario, Sangatsu no Lion, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, the Ace Attorney Original Trilogy, Kuroko no Basuke, Shihaya Furu, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Metal Gear Solid 1, Memento, Pokemon Black and White, Chainsaw Man, 6 Feet Under, What Remains of Edith Finch, Sam Raimi Spider-Man Trilogy, Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, ReZero Anime, Kekai Sensen. Oh, I have Super Paper Mario twice. 7, so 7N, The Wolf of Wall Street, Oyasumi Punpun, Inception, The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, Dark Souls 3, Community, Shutter Island, the film, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Fire Emblem Awakening, Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy 12, Whiplash, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Mother 3, Danganronpa V3, The Grand Budapest Hotel, and Dragon Quest XI. Bleach made it on the list? Whoa! Who said that? Is Dragon Quest XI for me? Andres, you gotta stop asking if I know that things are for you. Nothing is for you in this world except Final Fantasy XIV and, like, Amori. And, like, Sopranos, maybe. You gotta stop asking me. I don't know. And Jing. Inception and Pokemon Black and White My Kingdom Reduced Dimensions? Well, I have dedicated an hour and a half to Pokemon Black and White. I do love it. I still... Everything in honorable mentions I like a ton or love. 7 is one of Fincher's best. Also, hello, Moz. I had Cats and Dogs on DVD for 20 years and never watched it. Funny story. Cats and Dogs was actually... I was scared of dogs for the first few years of my life. And then I watched Cats and Dogs, and I was cured of my fear for dogs. And now dogs love me, and I love them. Oh, this is outdated. Don't pay too much attention to this. This as a series. This is really rough. I'll just blank this out. It's really rough. I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. I did not put Yakuza on the list individually. Sorry, I did not put it on as a series, Trish. If Yakuza is on the list, hello Horns fan, Nova Beast. It is individual games. But 5 and 6, if they are on the list, are together. Yeah, exactly what Hannah said, yeah. See, that's exactly what I used to do, Bea. That's exactly what I used to do. Are Remake and Rebirth going to be ranked together? If Remake and Rebirth are together, they will be ranked... sorry, on the list, they will be ranked together. Now, will they be on the list? I don't know. Same for Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3. They are separate. They are very separate to me. Hey, Fima. Say one nice thing about Sonic Adventure 2. One of the best OSTs in gaming history. Rose, if you know, you know. I do hate them, Indy. How high would Yakuza be as a series, if you can even quantify that? Well, it was just on screen. A rough draft of it. But it's not worth thinking about that much, because it's pretty rough, and I also think if I answer that before revealing the list, it's a bit too much. Bleach is an honorable mention? I don't believe it is. Hey, Kiss. Florence. Is each Metal Gear game ranked individually? Yes. If they are, there. What about Deltarune Chapter 1 and 2? You know what, guys? You'll see. You'll see. Everything is ranked in a way that I can explain it. If Deltarune is there, you'll see. Starting to think everything will be there. Every single work of fiction ever made will be there. Also, thank you to Hannah for introducing me to a few on this list that I wouldn't have gotten to maybe at all. But definitely not this quickly without her. Grand Budapest Hotel. That is thanks to Hannah. What Remains of Edith Finch. That is thanks to Hannah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Thanks to Hannah's rewatch. It would always have been here, but I remember, like, actually Yu-Gi-Oh! Was kind of peak. Sorry, thanks to Hannah's watch. Oh, yeah, and I played Ghost Trick. Like, Hannah was huge in me playing Ghost Trick, too. Anything else? That's probably it. But that's like 4 or 5 of them, I think I just said. And that's huge. Grand Budapest Hotel is amazing. Like, I watched the entire movie and I'm just like, yeah, this is, you know, this is a very good, entertaining thing. And then the last, like, 10 minutes come, and it just nails in everything and elevates everything, and it's insane. Thank you, Bea, for the 103 bits. I showed this before on Discord, but now I officially own all the Final Fantasy installments except for 11 and 16. I plan on going through all of them on Discord before I finish Endwalker. Oh, that's cool about the XP, Bea. Congrats! That means you own more Final Fantasy games than me. Because I definitely don't own that many. I hope you enjoy it. Have I watched... Wait, Skyrim's only honorable mentions? Skyrim deserves no higher than honorable mentions. Skyrim and Oblivion are not good games. But they are carried by jank and charm and nostalgia and great worlds and great music. Have you watched more by Wes Anderson? I've seen Fantastic Mr. Fox and Grand Budapest Hotel. I think that's it. Where's Kurt Knuckle in the pro tag? Yeah. My goat. I don't believe I have, Alistair. Takashi Kitano? I don't believe I have. That's a hot take, bro? No, it's not. No, it's not. It is not. Like, where have you been the last 10 years, man? What are you talking about? That's a hot take that Skyrim and Oblivion and Bethesda games are not well designed? What do you mean? They're beautiful. They're not well written. The plot sucks ass. The characters are paper thin. But I still love them, just not because they're good. And that's okay. Usogui. Usogui. I've heard a lot about Usogui. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I am to add that to my plan to read. Will do. Usogui. I've heard a lot of people love that one. Oh shit, I just said I completed it. No. Oh god, hold on. There we go. Fastest reactor in the West. Please don't tell me anything about it. I don't want to know. Say one nice thing about the Wind Waker. Wind Waker is the best characterization. Like, I absolutely adore the expressiveness in Wind Waker. I think it's overall the most expressive when it comes to character animations and stuff. Actually, that'll be my answer. It's got amazing expressiveness in the little details when it comes to character animations. Top 5 pro-tag, ant-tag dynamics? Oh boy. Say one nice thing about the Dragonborn? I like shouts. I like the way they shout. You're about to get tons of DMs from... Yeah, I know. I know, Andres. Skyrim without its jank and stupidity would be half the game it is. Right. Skyrim without jank and stupidity is just like a pretty fun world to explore. Once in a while, it looks pretty beautiful. And like one of the best OSTs. And that's about it. Top 5 pro-tag, ant-tag dynamics. Naruto Sasuke, Kurapika Crollo, Guts Griffith, Hinata Washijo, and Aaron Reiner, or Aaron Zeke. Kurapika's a protag? Absolutely, he's a protag. Nothing with Warrior of Light. I'm just listing 5 of my favorites. I don't have a ranking of these. Warrior of Light has like 4 or 5 wonderful antagonistic dynamics that are in the conversation for my favorite. Yuji Sukuna? Not top 5, but like amazing, masterful, without a doubt. Random thing I love about a favorite story, Super Mario Galaxy, the music, the world, the vibes, Rosalina's book, the overall aura of everything. What do you think of Red Dead 2? You know what? I know nothing about Red Dead 2. I was talking about this last week. I played Red Dead 2, mostly in a time in my life where I just wanted a distraction, and didn't pay any attention to it, just mindlessly played through it, and was just like, it's good, you know, it's good. And now I'm considering, eventually, down the line, playing it on stream, because I don't remember a damn thing. People mention the character names to me, and I vaguely remember 1 or 2. I don't remember any of the dynamics, I don't remember the plot, I don't know the themes, I hardly remember what it looks like. Hunter x Hunter better be #1. What if it's not? Your most hated game? Yeah, I might play it on stream. Is it on Steam? Red Dead Redemption 2, holy shit, it's pretty cheap compared to what I thought. Yeah, so I'll play it one day, I think. To properly play it, because I don't remember anything about it. Okay, today I bought 2 games on Steam. Say one nice thing about Dragon Age as a series. I think it's got a lot of the draw of Baldur's Gate, though I think it does it better in terms of general polish in Dragon Age Origins. I guess just the characterization, the character interactions, the characterization, the character growth, relationships, that sort of thing. It's amazing. Gold, thank you for the 14 months. Hey, AJ, just read the last chapter of Akane Banashi, thanks to your recommendation, and I absolutely love what I read. It's so peak. Congratulations. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, that you're loving it. I think you might be ahead of me, because I don't believe I read the latest chapter. Baldur's Gate 3 lacks polish? Absolutely. Absolutely it lacks polish. Every type of media is in this list, yeah. Baldur's Gate 3, you want to know what happened in Baldur's Gate 3? I could not get a relationship to progress with a character because they told me to meet at a certain part of the map, and they were like, they had glitched, so they were like 3 pixels to the left. So they didn't land in the area they were supposed to land in, and I couldn't talk to them and progress the quest. So I had to do like another random, obscure path to move them and put them in a different area to then try to get them back to that area, and then they didn't go back. They just didn't move to that area, and I had to reload another save and reset it all. So yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 lacks in polish, Lolo. I gotta say, it does. What's a few game-breaking bugs? True. That's true. Guys, you should see Hannah's playthrough. If I used any shop in the entire world, I would not be able to save the game, which led to me losing hours of progress. Baldur's Gate 3 is awesome. It's got amazing characters, it's got great environments, really cool world building. I like the combat a lot. It is Last I played it, it was quite broken. Yeah, Hannah's was the worst I've seen. But it also has some of the best characters in video games. So I can't just ignore that. I have not played Devil May Cry, but I will be playing it on stream, 3, 4, and 5, assuming I like it. You're one of the lucky ones, Downpour. I had bugs where people would walk off instead of jump off buildings and just die. Sounds about right. Devil May Cry 3? We will be there? Damn, 4 and 5 in the mud, eh? Why not 1? 2, I understand. I've just been told that's a good way to go about it. Have you played Mass Effect? I have. Random thing I love about Phoenix Wright Trial and Tribulations. It's funny because... Wait. Let me just make sure I know... That's a... No, that's a... I don't remember which name is which. Which one is that one? Is that the second one? Oh, that's the third one. Oh, Godot. Okay, good. Godot. Random thing I love about a favorite story? Godot. Holy shit, man. One of the greatest. He's so good. Random thing I love about Danganronpa V3. I think it's overall the best Danganronpa game. I don't want to talk about about specific spoilers much, but I think it does the most interesting things with the premise. I think top to bottom it has the best cast. I think it's just generally the most creative. I think it just uses the premise the greatest that the series does overall. When do you start reading? Yoshizawa. Say one nice thing about Yoshizawa. I find that her stance and her stance on the Phantom Thieves in general offers a really interesting perspective that we don't get through anyone else in the story. They kind of diverge away from that as the game goes on, but I think for the time in which it's relevant, it's really engaging, and it's a cool, like, thematic, alternate perspective. Top 5 third entries in a series. Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. I know it's not the third, but I'm stretching it. Baldur's Gate 3, Danganronpa V3, Trials and Tribulations. Metal Gear Solid 3. Dark Souls 3. Thank you, Safa, for the 26 months with Prime. Top 5 Soulsborne bosses. Ludwig. Gurman. Malekith. Ishin. Radon pre-patch. Orphan of Cost makes me extremely sad. Say one nice thing about Community. Community, we've talked. I think it's the first. I don't remember actually. Last year, this is the list last year, by the way. Was it here? Oh, it was on the honorable mentions. Community is one of the funniest series I've ever seen. It's got fantastic acting. It's incredibly creative. It's got great bottle episodes. Premises and concepts for these episodes are extremely well thought out, and the payoff's great, and it's really endearing. Community is like Mr. Robot in terms of creativity with episode premises, but in a comedy. No, Bea. Does a game need story or character focus for you to be interested? Like you wouldn't be interested in survival farming FPS games. Panda Man. I have Skyrim and Oblivion on this list. So the answer is a definitive no. Hey, Callus. Top 5 Attack on Titan dynamics. Eren Zeke, Eren Reiner, Eren Armin, Eren Mikasa. Eren's pretty good, huh? Jean Floch. Jean Floch. Or if you're doing trios, Eren Mikasa Armin, the Jaegers, Levi Erwin. Say one nice thing about Miyu. I don't really like Miyu much, but I guess she's kind of a shock to the system in a good way. You know, she keeps things fresh. Top 5 14 dynamics. Warrior of Light, Emmett. Warrior of Light, Hydaelyn. Warrior of Light, Warrior of Light. Warrior of Light, Graha. When did I finish Antagonist? Last week. So your top 100 fiction is not necessarily stories, but rather the whole experience? I'm not too sure what you're asking, Ramen Power. This is just a ranking of my favorite, top 100 favorite fiction. Oh god, Xenos in the Mud? Holy shit, Warrior of Light Xenos, one of the absolute best. Actually, like, changed my life. Who did I rank as my favorite antagonist? You can check the VODs for that, KC Fusion. For the full top 10, you can check the list. It's over here. Absolutely, Low Ronin. I can't wait. Love or hate Chainsaw Man? Somewhere in between like and love. I thought Chainsaw Man would be on the list, but not quite. Love or hate Pokemon Go? Neutral. It's led to some great memories. Okay, do we want to start the list proper? Does this list entail mainly the story or everything about the piece of media? Everything's taken into account. But I tend to care mostly about stories. Thoughts on gacha games? Don't really care about them much. I don't really... They're not my thing. Let us do it. I'm a little paranoid, so let me just get away so I don't spoil things. Warrior of Light Twins? Unbelievable. Final Fantasy XIV literally has, like, 25 unbelievable dynamics. Okay. Let us begin. Would you rank Yakuza on the list as well? I guess we'll have to see. So this one is to be clear, sometimes we have a bit more than 100. Today we are starting with 105. So this one, I'm not gonna lie, this maybe should have been an honorable mention, but I kind of just wanted to start off with this and give attention to this game, because it is really awesome and took me by surprise and was generally a great time, and I really appreciated it. So, number 105, Lies of P. New entry. Probably, if you rank it among my favorite Soulsborne games, it would be fourth. It would be fourth. Amazing combat, like, really, really fun. The lore is, like, you think of it as this dark medieval worlds with Pinocchio and stuff, and it's like, that's cool, but how deep can they go? They went crazy with the world building and thematic integration, some of the character work. I think a lot of it being, it's only very slightly ahead of it, Hannah, and probably mostly because of not because of anything to do with the story. I'd put the stories more or less equal, or maybe give Ghost Trick a bit of an edge, but the combat was really, really enjoyable for Lies of P. There's great character work, there's really cool subtext, there's thematic integration that makes you just think about the world and what they're saying about the ideas of hubris and the natural order and sort of how characters sort of interrupt it and how that's so sacrilegious in a way. And it's just really, it's great thought food. If I'm being honest, Lies of Peace probably, it probably is an honorable mention, but I really just wanted to include it on the list for some reason. The DLC, they're gonna do more to this story, and I don't think it'll release in the next year, but if it does, it'll go higher up the list for sure. Your list, your rules, true. Is Lies of P just Pinocchio, but make it a grimdark Soulsborne game? Kind of, but like, you also have to take into account all that Soulsborne games are. Like, really cool lore, really cool themes at play, great combat, tons of fun, a world to explore that's really good and well realized. So, if you take all that into account when you talk about Soulsborne, then yeah. Dash, you should check again. You should check again. Oh, DL6. You know, Nora, I hadn't thought of it before that way, but now I do. I think you might be one of my mutuals who loves Lies of P the most. Good. It's really great. It's really great. In another world where I didn't stream, I might have made a video about it. Music's very good. I think one of the flaws, one of the only real flaws with it is the voice acting is not very good sometimes. But hey, you win some, you lose some. Next up... Oh, it's one of the peaks of the game. It's one of the peaks of the game, Lombo. I don't think it's any significantly different from most Soulsborne, Weaver. Yeah, the voice acting is really not good. It's, a lot of it sounds like extreme caricatures of Americanized accent, like, of American accents, like Extreme Valley Girl randomly in this grimdark medieval fantasy, you know? So it's a bit weird, but hey. Next, Final Fantasy VIII. Still clinging in there, still hanging in. You know, I love Final Fantasy, and this ends up somewhere in the middle, which is a huge compliment. I do have lots of problems with this game. I have tons of problems, for sure, in gameplay and some story stuff as well, but generally the things it does well, it does extremely well. The vibes and atmosphere and plot and I think character work, everything and the way it all integrates together is really underrated, and I have a bit of nostalgia for it as well, a little bit. I think it's the only Final Fantasy game I have nostalgia for, really. Maybe a bit of 6, but yeah, Final Fantasy VIII I think is really great. I do love it. I'm glad you're enjoying 6, Ray. What's the FF8 combat take? Not great, but overhated. So yeah, I think a lot of you guys are selling it short in chat. Like, it's really good. I think it's better than the vast majority of people think it is, or say it is. And just the story, and it really captures this incredible vibe. The world, I love the world of it. I could get lost in it. But yeah, I think for entries that are repeats, especially for 3 lists in a row, I won't talk as much about them, because I've talked about them a lot. But as always, feel free to ask questions if you want to. Say one nice thing about Noctis Lucis Caelum? Well, that would be mostly for protagonist stuff, which I did a couple weeks ago, Callus. But in general, he's, I think, my favorite character in 15. The core of amazing dynamics between all the boys, and essentially the biggest single reason I think that I get really emotional when it comes to FF15. Yes, Dash. Will I love FF8 combat, AJ? No, Hannah, but I think you'll be a defender of it. I think you'll defend it. No, I didn't, Potato Mari. I think there's one section in the game that's very, like, stupid and contrived, and everything else is, like, of course, there's always going to be minor annoyances here and there, but everything else, I think people way overplay how contrived the plot... Like, the plot is one of the best FF plots. It's really clean and well put together and awesome. I think FF8 suffers from people just, like... I don't know. I don't want to say... I don't know. I'm not deep in Final Fantasy discourse, but I'll just say this. The FF8 is definitely underrated. Definitely underrated. I'm seeing some legendary titles and honorable mentions. That just shows you how good all the fiction I've experienced is. Squall is, as well, I think, super underrated. He's one of my favorite protagonists. Next... Oh, okay, this might be one of the biggest drops. However, I still love this game. Otherwise, it wouldn't be on this list. I will still... You know, we could talk about Fire Emblem Three Houses' flaws all day long. To list a few, the presentation's very... It doesn't look good. The game doesn't look good. There are story contrivances. You talk about story contrivances, Three Houses has them in spades. They are laughably bad scenes throughout this game. Geralt, the Geralt scene is fucking abysmal. It's so funny. However, I will go to bat to this game till the day I die. I think it's fantastic. Sorry, as well when it comes to the flaws. It really doesn't have an ending. Like, it really doesn't end properly. Hannah, you're a hater. You're definitely a hater. So what you're saying is you hate the game. But... God, they were so close to peak. They achieved peak. They achieved it. Listen, I'm not gonna let the haters overtake the sentiment of this game in a stream where I'm celebrating it, because it was one of my favorite casts in gaming. It has fantastic world building and integration with characterization. It has arcs between the characters that are incredibly different, like incredibly unique and variable. Some characters really stagnate. Some characters really stagnate. They stagnate incredibly, but for reasons that I think are really, really sort of organic and understandable in terms of, in terms of why they do the things they do and their life experiences and that sort of thing. So, for instance, Sylvain's arc and his direction is really... I'm joking, Hannah. I'm joking. Well, it was in jest. You know what I mean? Like, for example, you have incredibly incredible character growth for a character like Dimitri, but then you have incredible character stagnation for someone like Sylvain. There is triumphs, but oh shit, we're not playing this. No, thank you. There's triumphs. There's incredible triumphs. Yeah, no, I changed it as soon as I could, Hannah and Trish. And there's tragedies. And there's fantastic dynamics. Edelgard and Hubert, oh my god. So many Blue Lions ones. The support conversations are my favorite in any game of that, like, when it comes to support conversations in general. And just all around, I think it's a great character piece. Gameplay's tons of fun. Tons of flaws that definitely impact the experience, but overall, I still love this game. I still love it. I made a huge analysis of it. I think it's thematically incredibly sound. It, amazing characters. Favorite house and route? My favorite house... I think my favorite route is Golden Deer, and my favorite house is Blue Lions. Hello, Jay Garcia Saturn. You missed my stream yesterday. It was the stream where I realized that your name is a spoiler. It was very good. It was an amazing stream. Engage is much less of a story-focused game than Three Houses, Ray. The cast, and you're very, in seriousness, you're very right, Downpour. The cast is incredible, and definitely the biggest strength, I think. I think the things it does with the themes and the world building and how it integrates with the cast is right up there too, but that all has to do with the cast as well. And yeah, we're gonna try out reading JoJo's Part 7 on stream. The duality of woman. Engage is so bad. Oh my god, Engage looks absolutely peak. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Engage is what it is. I think it's incredibly honest with what it is. For me, that meant that it didn't have a high ceiling at all. I think it was just fine. But if you don't need like a super large story focus, like if you don't want a really deep and engrossing and epic and emotional story, then Engage could, like, I think Engage is very good at what it does. The thing with me is when it comes to Fire Emblem games, I want a bit more scope. What drew you to play it? I just wanted to have some fun. I thought world peace would happen before we see AJ read JoJo on stream. I don't know why you would think that. I'm always open, especially with Part 7, which I've been incredibly interested to check out. Is Fire Emblem gameplay like chess? It's similar in concept in ways. Say one nice thing about Final Fantasy IX. Well, second, not to spoil, but Final Fantasy IX is on this list, so I'll answer you, but later in this top 100. Top 5 Fire Emblem Engage chapters. Soul Samurai? Someone please redeem Soul Samurai's points. I don't remember which chapter's which. I straight up cannot remember. I'm sorry. Your why I don't like JoJo video is very convincing. Well, Panda, I said within it that I'm really excited to check out Part 7. So. Anyways, next. These are all things we've talked about before. And we get to another, sort of, oh, well, I only added this last year, but old as in it was there last year, favorite. Cyberpunk Edgerunners. This is one that really comes together right at the end, kind of similar to Trigun Stampede. But I was thinking about... this ending and sort of emotionally distraught over this ending, and just... It was rent-free for weeks after I finished it. It is honestly one of my favorite examples of a story that really just nails the end, is generally very good, but then nails the ending and becomes something more. I have a video on it. It's fantastically presented. The final song, I listen to it all the time. Oh, top 5 Engage characters? Sure, Soul Samurai. Here, let me just... Okay. Vander, Chloe, Clan. Boucheron, and maybe Alfred? Clan Orfram and Alfred. Boucheron fan? I'm not really a huge fan, but He's probably one of my top 5. Me too, Downpour. The way it's a great way to adapt, like the way they adapted the video game. The way they adapted the video game elements of it is something that I think that, like, sometimes Persona anime struggle with, but they did it in a way that was really integrative and really well done. Thank you, Logan, for the 27 months. She's cool, She's cool. I do think that maybe a couple more episodes with Edgerunners would have made it stick a bit more and maybe be higher on this list, but given what we have, I still think it's amazing. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Trish. I'm sorry. Number 101, another old favorite. Hello? There we go. I found the ending rushed. I think part of the... I think it is intentionally rushed, and I think that plays... And obviously, just because it's intentional doesn't mean it's good. But intentionally rushed in a way that it's filled with quality that plays into the thematics of it. I think if you look at the ending being rushed, and think about what the story is really trying to say with regards to David's arc, and his final impact that he left on the story, to me, it works beautifully. Ouran High School Host Club, number 101. One of the most charming anime out there, one of the best presented. Tamaki Suo is still, like, a pretty damn high favorite character of mine in general. Beautifully voiced in sub and dub, just full of charm and pop and vibrancy and dynamism in presentation, and it's tons of fun. I did not read the manga, but it's tons of fun. But it wouldn't be this high if it was just fun. I think the emotions really hit hard. There are moments of character. There's some character arcs and moments of character, I guess, payoff or interaction that are incredibly hard hitting. This was. Oh, fuck. I watched this about 2 or 3 years after I started watching anime. I wonder if Yakuza 6 is on the list? Me too. Exactly, Safwa, yes. Like, the thing with Cyberpunk Edgerunners is it is kind of like JJK. And what I mean by that is Cyberpunk Edgerunners is by nature. It cannot communicate its themes if it is not high octane and almost like too short, because it feeds directly into the themes. Just like how JJK, by the nature of its design and themes, really can't have as much downtime as maybe you'd like with interactions between the characters, just because of the way the nature of the world it's set in and the conflicts. However, that's a bit of a double-edged sword, because I do think that JJK would benefit from more character introspection. I do think that Edgerunners would benefit from a bit more time to let it breathe. However, they would not be the series they are without that identity. They wouldn't communicate the themes as well as they do without that, and so I'm willing to take the loss on that. It is the One Piece video song, Next Level Meta. The city always wins. Good God. You mentioned a few streams ago how FF14 had many characters that you didn't like their writing, but the author managed to make the earlier stuff work. What are your 5 top... I wouldn't say there's many, but I think it's done that with a small handful in a way that's really notable. What are your top 5 of the non-14 character recontextualizations? Kabuto? Weird answer, but Eren. Grisha. Weird answer, but Gon. And why does Bloodborne exist? I'm not sure how to answer that. Beatrice, yeah, that's a great one. Number 100 is actually another new entry. When do I start doing bets, actually? Okay, let me just make a note for myself. One sec. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Well, maybe Rum was talking about that, but the thing is, I can't think of many where bad characters become really good. The closest thing was Kabuto, and since it was phrased as just character recontextualizations, that's what I got. Number 100's a new entry. Please read Akane Banashi. If you like shonen in general, if you like Rakugo in general, if you like good storytelling and lovable characters and awesome art, and lots of really good commentary on the nature of transitioning eras, and what storytelling means and what art means and finding yourself within it, Akane Banashi was such a joy to learn about and get immersed in and discover, primarily through Weewer. So thank you, Weewer. It's full of endearing characters. It's full of a love for art and storytelling and life in general. But there are lots of already. There's only been, I don't know exactly how many chapters it's been, but not much. In the grand scope of things, but there's already callbacks to stuff early in the series that are incredibly meaningful. 105, yeah. So there's a little over 100 chapters, but it has payoffs that feel that are like they're as strong for a 400 chapter series for me. Didn't Hideaki Anno praise it? I heard he did, but I haven't seen that myself. Yes, Logan, Rakugo. Oda recommended it too. Peak recommends Peak. Praised it heavily. I didn't know about that. I think I knew about Anno. But yeah, Akane Banashi is absolutely wonderful. And it just goes from strength to strength. I mentioned that in the protagonist list that Akane I might have been lowballing. I might be lowballing a little for Akane Banashi, but for series that are currently releasing, some series, it's a bit hard to know exactly where to go, so I tend to be a bit more conservative. And yeah, a little over 100 chapters, it is number 100 on this list. Visual storytelling, the metaphorical nature of Akane Banashi, the symbolism, it's amazing. Dynamics, yeah, rivalries. There are so many flowing, excuse the redundancy, I was going to say dynamic dynamics. Flowing dynamics with tons of variability that change. Like, the nature of these relationships change depending on what's going on in the Rakugo world and different individual performances and people's relationships with art. It's just all around great. If you love Rakugo, if you love shonen in general, but like if you like I think it has a lot of elements of Chihaya Furu that are done a little bit sharper. It's similar to Sangatsu in some ways, though it's got that shonen flair to it. I'm glad, Trish. Well, Logan, if you check it out, please let me know. And yeah, we talked about this last week or the week before. I'm not sure. But getting a proper anime staff, the Kaguya-sama / Rakugo director would be perfect. Absolutely perfect for an adaptation. Oops. Blue Period. Yeah, no, I'm not. I wasn't saying that it wasn't close to Blue Period. I just didn't mention it. It's very similar to Blue Period. It's got a bit of Run with, like, I think I mentioned Run with the Wind. It's got quite a bit of that. Dragon Age Origins. By the way, I mentioned, as with the case with all these lists, expect pretty major drop-offs, especially for the first 50 or so. Dragon Age Origins, a lot, like, I really do think that Dragon Age Origins does a lot of what Baldur's Gate 3 does, and while I don't think any single character is as good as, like, Astarion, I think the cast is overall more well-rounded. I think the plot's more interesting. I think the way it integrates with the world is just generally more rich and and cohesive. I think the antagonist is really good. He was on my antagonist list. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins is awesome, and actually playing Baldur's Gate 3 made me realize that it's better than I thought it was, and because a -2 is kind of a rise in this list, in the context of this list. So yeah, really peak. If you want, like, really good character writing, really great character progression and dynamics and relationships, which I talked about earlier, Dragon Age Origins is really, really fantastic for that. If you like Baldur's Gate 3 and you want more of that to scratch that itch, go for Dragon Age Origins. I think it's the best in the series, and my favorite game of this ilk. -7, I'd say on average -9 to 11. Like I said, Ron, overall, I think an overall stronger cast, better integration with the setting, more rich integration with the setting. The themes are a bit more well thought out, I think. Just a lot of stuff to do with the story. I think the combat's better in Baldur's Gate 3. Voice acting's a bit better in Baldur's Gate 3, but I think that's natural. Number 98. And wow, a little bit of a rise for a fantastic series that I've been told is similar in some ways to Devil May Cry. So this is the reason that part of the reason that I'm interested in Devil May Cry. Hannah's told me that Trigun Stampede is very similar to it. I mean, it's orange, so it's beautifully presented, but really, we talked about this last week as well. The dynamic between Vash and Nye is out of this world, rich and emotional and impactful and incredible. There's a lot of parallels with Devil May Cry. Good. Just keep selling me on Devil May Cry, because then I'll play it even sooner. Vash, fantastic main character. Nye really comes to his own the more you see, and specifically at the end. Again, one of the most gripping, intense, impactful finales to a story I've experienced in the last couple of years. What are some critical thoughts you have with Stampede? Not much. Not much. I think that the pacing can get a little bit... throughout the midsection, I think they kind of were spinning their wheels a little bit. I don't think the pacing was great. But I didn't mind that much because it slowed down and allowed us to see the characters, to learn about the characters and get a bit more introspection. So I just generally don't think it's the best-paced series, the best-paced story. So I guess that's a slight criticism. And it definitely peaks at the end. Like, it's not consistent, amazing peak every episode. I just think it's very good consistently. So a lot of reasons why it's lower, like why it's on the lower end of this list is because it isn't consistently peak rather than having any huge flaws. Meryl, I love Meryl. I find her amazing, endearing. I think she ends on a really interesting note to see where she goes into the next iteration of the series or where the story continues. I think she's great. I think she's great. Hey, Dai. Do you like FF16 combat? I really liked it at first and then grew a little tired of it, but overall I still think it's quite good. Trigun Stampede. Beautiful. Next is one I always recommend for people who say that they're looking for something. It pretty much is, Hugs. It's close enough. Looking for something relatable and hard-hitting and that will take their heart out and reveal it to them and teach them things about themselves that they knew but have to confront here. And that is, whoa, that's not Bleach. That's not Bleach. That's an error. Hold on. that isn't any... Bleach isn't like that at all. Hold on, that's a mistake. Hold. Hold. Okay. We should be okay. One sec. Okay. The mistake is that Bleach is even on the list. That it is the mistake. Bleach isn't on the list. I was considering putting it on, but at the end of the day, I'm just like, my thoughts on it are too fluid, you know? The Tatami Galaxy and Time Machine Blues. My second favorite thing that, wait, let me double check one thing. Okay, there we go. No, we're fine. My second favorite thing that Masaaki Yuasa has done, and I was like, I watched this at the perfect time. If you're like, it's the perfect stuff, kind of similar to Run with the Wind for a young adult, maybe late college or just out of college or reflecting on college and the direction of your life. It sort of is a really... It's sort of devastating in some ways, but then ultimately empowering reinforcement of the idea that the choices you made in your life are 100% yours, and things will always look... There will always be a grass is always greener concept when you look at... when you look at things you could have done, the what ifs. But ultimately, you're sort of your life is your own, and the things you've done you did for a reason, and the mistakes are a part of you, and all you can do is move forward given the things you've done. And it says all this in a really symbolic, powerful, metaphorical way. Yeah, you should, Nora. Somewhat, Andres. Somewhat. Perfect, Geo. Check it out, then. And it looks beautiful. It looks beautiful. PTSD from college? That is this in a nutshell. Exactly, Ray. And that's when I watched it. I watched it, like, fresh towards the end of college or out of it. Towards the end of university is when I watched it. Oh, yeah. The first episode is incredibly... Like, the dialogue goes by really, really fast, which can kind of screw with people, including me, which is kind of what Hugs is alluding to. Mob Psycho but good? I wouldn't... Mob Psycho is very good. I do like this better than Mob Psycho. I get the joke. Next. Next is Peak Shonen. And best of luck, Dave, yeah. Next is Peak Shonen, I'm afraid. Can you guess what it is? Hunter x Hunter? No. Gintama. So, Gintama has essentially what is the average My Hero Academia. My Hero Academia has been really great lately. Is essentially experiencing what is the average drop, like I said, 9 to 11, 12, something like that. I don't think of it any less. In fact, in the past year, I think I watched a little bit with Hannah and then rewatched a little bit of it on my own. Gintama is a sort of series where you kind of, for me personally, you kind of just like don't think about it much sometimes, and then you rewatch episodes or OPs and you're like, holy shit, man. It is so goddamn good. And yeah, I think it used to be like one of my, not absolute peak favorites, but a pretty strong favorite, and it just goes down over time because I don't think about the themes much. It doesn't have a lot of staying power in my mind, but in my heart, it is always, it's always there, and the Yorozia dynamic is one of my favorites in shonen, period. It's got some fantastic arcs. The adaptation goes incredibly hard in places. It's very funny. I just adore some of these characters with all my heart. Kagura, Gintoki, Takasugi, Hijikata, Katsura. Gintama things are kind of similar to FF9. I guess. Are they? Sure, yeah. Yeah, I haven't thought about it that way, but yeah. I would say they're also pretty similar to FF7 re-trilogy in places, Monster in some ways, and also kind of Endwalker in a couple of interesting ways. It was above One Piece last year? It was. I think it was one above One Piece. That was my first bet last year, One Piece or Gintama. Excuse me, Gintama. Very true, Trish. Yeah, Gintama is one of the funniest shows I've ever seen, or series anime I've ever seen. Up there with Kaguya, Haikyuu. Where were you up to in One Piece then? You can check yourself, Potato Mari. We were at Impel Down, the end of Impel Down. Gintama makes fun of itself while also like parodying other series. It parodies Eva really beautifully, so well. We'll see how One Piece progresses. Will it be higher this year? Will it be higher? I was wondering that last year. This or that. SAFS stretch from Gintama or Wano? Oh my god. Oh shit. That is cruel, Mind Mess. Just about Wano, I think. Can't wait to see Black Sails take all the top 10 spots. It's got every single one. Welcome in, Amber. Okay. Another drop that isn't really a drop. It's about stability, kind of. The arc name's a spoiler, Ron. If you want to know it, I don't want to say it out loud for anyone who hasn't seen Gintama, but I'd look it up. Just do SA Gintama arc. Fate Stay Night and Fate Hollow Ataraxia. I think Hollow Ataraxia is a tiny bit better because of the thematic structure and everything that works, and the way it all is so integrative within itself. But generally, just a fantastic story. I think slightly held back by some redundancy in dialogue that makes rereads kind of difficult for me. But nonetheless, all around, fantastic, incredibly philosophical. There's some characters whose directions I wasn't as much of a fan of, like Gilgamesh, though I still think he's good, just not as interesting as he was in Zero. But then they take characters like Kirei and just they go from strength to strength. They go from strength to strength. And guys, this isn't this isn't a loss. This isn't a problem. It just you know, like I said, a drop on average around here is not me loving it any less. Mention the sex scenes? Oh shit. They should, Drunk Eldian. So the sex scenes in Fate Stay Night are the worst, probably the worst things I've ever read. Shiro is one of the greatest protagonists ever, very true. As we talked about in the protag list. They clear fiction? So true. Elaborate? I've elaborated in the past lists. Well, I'll read you some dialogue from the sex scenes in Fate Stay Night. Okay? Has the author admitted to never having intercourse, or Hannah, their admission to never having had intercourse was through the writing of these scenes. I'll say one or two lines. This won't spoil much. Oh my god. Do I dare actually read this? Okay, I'll just say this. This is actually the peak of the scenes, this line of dialogue. My balls contract. That's all you need. Thank you for the hydrate. My balls contract. That is the most... Okay, I'll do one more. I'll do one more. You ready? I'm getting banned. I'm getting banned. Heat starts to gather in my testicles. My meat stands erect. The hunt... Oh, no, not that one. Maybe she can't breathe out of her mouth because it's filled with my penis. Okay, we're done. We're done. This is real dialogue. This is real dialogue. I promise this is real. I'm sorry, Makashu. I'm very sorry. This is Kiryu playing the Gooning minigame? It is. It really is. Thank you, Odd Jobs, for the 25 months. Good morning. Hope stream goes well. It's going great. Thank you, Odd Jobs. Well, that's nice, sweetie. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Anyways, next. I was asking for this, wasn't I? This is actually the peak of the scenes. This line of dialogue. My balls can... And I've watched right into them, Geo. Hello, Kyloff. Say this in my YouTube voice. My balls contract. Next. Oh, shit. What is going on? There we go. We're so back. Is it your favorite Fate after Fate Zero? I guess we'll have to see. Rurouni Kenshin, Trust and Betrayal. One of my favorite prequels ever. It's, you know, we talked about a lot of this, I think, when we were talking about Kenshin as a character. I made a video about the about this specifically. It's not very good, but it has enough gushing to let you know how I feel about it generally. It looks beautiful. The character writing is really, really exquisite and really efficient, being very poetic and sort of lyrical. It's just all around a great work of art, and it really sort of shocked me with how effective it was, and how it was at a time where I'm like, I had watched like 20 anime, and I'm like, guys, I think I've seen all of it. I think, you know, Fate Zero, Berserk, Hunter x Hunter, I think that we've hit the peak, and, well, we kind of had, but, like, there's nothing else that's good for me. And Rurouni Kenshin was kind of like the exact vibe I was looking for. Trust and Betrayal specifically, not the main series. Yes, do not give the mangaka your money. This is very true. Yeah. We are going through a bunch of sort of old favorites, and this is another one. Parasite was still one of my favorite films, and I think one of the best examples of sort of visual storytelling in films in general, outside of maybe one more that's on this list. Basically treat it like a peak movie and watch it illegally. True. Parasite is fantastic, full of iconic, striking shots that I adore. It communicates its theme so beautifully through a lot of the visuals and how they integrate with the character arcs and the context of the characters at different points. That one shot of the water rising, and I forget the character names, but the daughter just lighting a cigarette, rent-free, holy shit. The shot of, like, the sprawling verticality going from the rich mansion to the sort of slummish neighborhood, going through this sort of spiraling depth of an abyss. The way that it communicates the socioeconomics is honestly ingenious, and it's a work of art. It's really beautiful. Hello, Reindeer. Pattinson's gonna do a Bong Joon-ho movie? True, Nora. Memories of Murder? I've been told to check it out. I probably will eventually. And yeah, like Safwa mentions, and then there's very honest comedy as well. Like, Parasite is really genuine and true to life in giving us horrific, disturbing subject matter in a lot of ways, but contrasting it with really true to life comedy in a sort of way that I associate with sort of Succession and Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Speaking of Better Call Saul, Hannah and I finished Pimento yesterday. Oh my god. That's cool. Pattinson, Mickey 17. Cool.
Tell me if you find them alive. I won't let them reach Dofi.
We will be finishing season 1 very soon. Yeah, just one more episode. What are you packing? The sandwich. Thank you for the 777. Bea, I love it when John Parasite said that. Goated dialogue. Absolutely. I hope you guys enjoy my voice acting. Me too, Rainder. I think that if I were to rewatch it, it may go up a little bit, but I haven't seen it since I watched it after release. It really is a shockingly put together work of art, and like unsurpassed in terms of visual storytelling. I'm so glad you love it so much, Roronoro. I'm really looking forward to experiencing more and more of it. We just, like I said, we're about to finish season 1, so we got a big journey ahead of us, and yeah, I mean, it only goes up from there, and I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Mike is amazing in season 1. It's honestly quite shocking how good, and dare I say how much better Better Call Saul is in terms of visuals than Breaking Bad. It is so beautiful. I kind of forgot how unbelievably beautiful it was. Thank you again, Bea. 5-0 is one of the absolute peaks. It's just cinema. Speaking of cinema, another movie. This is the first, I think, big drop outside of Three Houses. However, I think it's Fight Club for me is really it's this absolutely beautiful. Like, there are so many ideas and themes attached to it, and it says so much. I think a reason it drops more than the others is because my attachment to it is constrained to a certain part of my life, and that certain part of my life was really formative for me as a person, but I'm kind of moving past that a little bit. But nonetheless, it's still on this list. It's still amazing. It still means a lot to me. I just don't have much of a... I'm sort of moving past my draw for it a little bit at this point in time, and I don't have much of an emotional connection to it. Fight Club is not really an emotional movie. It just isn't. It's genius in so many ways. It's my favorite Brad Pitt role. It's my favorite Edward Norton role. It's maybe my favorite Helena Bonham Carter role as well. Visuals are great. Music, every bit of it just ties together so cohesively and wonderfully. But yeah, it's just, I think that's just how things happen in life sometimes. I am breaking the first rule. Fight Club is absolutely wonderful. And if you're okay with something that's a little bit cautionary, a little dark and uncomfortable, but also being, again, darkly comic in some ways, and you haven't seen it, give it a go. It's got an incredible sort of twist and great plot as well. Yeah, exactly, Gio. And that's why I think these lists are important to sort of acknowledge that, because there are series that are negatively affected because of things having to do with my life. Like I just talked about Red Dead Redemption. And then there are series that are benefited from associating with a certain part of my life. Yeah, also, this is one of the best songs in Hunter x Hunter 2011, isn't it? It really is. We talked about it earlier, Kyloff. Basically, I didn't give Red Dead much... I didn't pay attention much to it while I played, for reasons outside of the story itself. Where's the song I used in Hunter x Hunter? Ponzu. Ponzu's Goodbye. Hey, Toomey. Oh, that's cool, second. Me too, Kyloff. I'll be playing it on... I'll be maybe playing it on stream. I want to check it out eventually again. If people are interested, I might play it on stream. But nonetheless, I'll play it again sometime in my life. Okay. Arthur and Dutch are so special. Don't remember. No clue. No clue. Arthur, I know. I remember a little bit about Arthur. Don't remember Dutch. Oh, chapters of Yakuza 0 changed me, to me. Destroyed me. Ponzu is the character that was in the Hunter exam, Nora, that came back again with the power with the bugs. Or the bees. We round out Tier 8, the first tier, with Kare Kano. My second favorite rom-com, wonderfully directed, Hideaki Anno. Fantastic character writing, not just with the main two. Great direction, great vibes and atmosphere and character progression, and lots of the sort of ugliness, the little nuances and bits of ugliness that you sort of get through Eva, but applied to a sort of rom-com romance setting, story, rather, that goes into places psychologically that you really don't think it'll go. Hello, Go. Would it be higher if it had a conclusion? That all depends on the conclusion. Ponzu and Pockle shipper? No, but they have a sweet moment. Yeah, second only to Kaguya-sama for me in terms of rom-coms. I really, really love it. I think it's great. I think it's adorable and really endearing, and like if you need that itch to be scratched while you wait for more Kaguya-sama, but like you want a sort of a bit of the Hideaki Anno approach, delving a little bit more into the sort of maybe some somewhat darker and abstract elements, a bit more experimental, I'd say go for it. Eva and Fooly Cooly? I like that, yeah. I've heard the manga's not great. Cannot confirm myself. Hideaki Anno, yes, Panda. He directed it. That is the end of Tier 8. No, second. So I was wondering what I should do with this series. I didn't like, it could have gone higher than this. It could have been a bit more conservative, and it could have gone lower than this. The peaks are definitely indicative of a series that could go higher, but with where I am in the series, my opinions on it are incredibly fluid, and yet I'm confident that it means a ton to me. And it could be higher. It could be higher. But like, this is a good middle ground for where it could have been, where it could have been on the list, and this is where I feel it sort of should be at this point. Like, if I'm just looking at the stuff above it, it could have gone a few places higher, for sure. But, like, I still also need to see how things resolve, and pay off. But all I gotta say is Bleach is... Of The Sims? Damn, I gotta play The Sims, Hannah. Bleach is one of the best presented shonen I've seen, and also just stories in general. It uses the manga medium so beautifully. The illustrations are so minimalistic in ways that allow the characters to speak for themselves without words in a lot of ways, through expressiveness, through visual storytelling. It is so genius in the things it does with visual storytelling. Like, it makes the visuals its own language, as important as the dialogue, in ways that have let me theorize. Maybe I'm wrong about stuff I've thought of, but nonetheless, that legitimately let me theorize in ways that I've never been able to before, just using symbolism through visuals. Character writing, fantastic. Lots of parallels with other stories, like some JJK in there, some Hunter x Hunter in there, but very much its own thing. And so, I think more than anything, it is... very lyrical, very abstract. There's subtext, but not a huge amount of it, and I heard it gets more subtextual. But just all around super focused and strong, and while it goes in a lot of directions, it always gives the characters it prioritizes for any section a great amount of respect. Like, there was a Renji stream, there was a Gin stream, there was a Zangetsu stream, there was a Aizen stream, there was a Byakuya stream, you know? And I really think sky's the limit for Bleach. I'm I love it so much. I'm so pleased with how it's gone so far. And I have such passion for it. And, like I say, in terms of my feelings for it and how strong I feel about it, it could be quite a bit higher. But in terms of the quality, because a lot of things go into this, here's good. I think this is a good middle ground, not getting too ahead of myself. 2025 list will be generational? I hope so. Do you have any issues with Bleach? I think it has some bad humor early on. Like, there are some bits that is like, okay, that's... Come on, Kubo. Like, so there's a bit of bad humor. But we've moved past that. Like, I haven't had that in ages. That aside... So yeah, Bleach is amazing, and I can't wait to continue on Wednesday. I hope so, Ryuko. Oh, sorry, Yuko. Sorry, I read your name wrong. I hope so, Yuko. Bleach, top 90. I do think your growth as a streamer, maybe even manga reader, has played a role in you enjoying it more. The earlier chapters of One Piece, you didn't want to theorize or externalize your thoughts too much, but as you read more and experienced Naruto, you become more and more expressive and theorize more and more, and I think for Bleach specifically, that helps with your enjoyment of it. I think that's very true. That's a good observation. I think that if I read Bleach when I started reading One Piece, I wouldn't enjoy it as much. And I think reading One Piece and Naruto helped me to enjoy Bleach. Bleach definitely works best as the third big three for me to read. Early One Piece VODs, early One Piece VODs, I'm very withdrawn. Just stepping stones towards Bleach? Andra said that, I did not. Hello, Sam. How are you? Also, thank you to Fiji, who has definitely helped with my enthusiasm for that. And yeah, I can't wait for Wednesday every week. I can't wait to share. I always love sharing my character list with you guys. The early AJ VODs, I don't think I was a great streamer in them. But, they're cool to see. Like, some of them are still good. But I was very formal. I was like, okay, I'm going to work now. Hello. You know? So I look back on them and I'm like, oh, they're kind of awkward. But I still, like, they're still enjoyable. They're still cool to watch the journey and see me interact with certain things about it. Thank you, Rainder. Yeah, and I was in the little booth. Sure, Andres. I think 5.3 was the biggest one. Do you miss the old setup? No. Man, it got hot in there. It was claustrophobic. Everything about the new setup is way better. But it was color-coded beautifully. Like, my dad built that for me. And, like, it is where I spent all my time for, like, 6 years working. Yeah, it looked great. But ultimately, once it became more than a side hustle, I guess, once I started streaming more, I also just needed to move out because I was living with my parents as well. Which is totally cool, but like it was a point in my life where I wanted to live on my own. And you can't take that booth with you. It was not a closet. My dad literally built a booth. You can go back in the VOD, Wokeism. Or I guess I can scroll it down a little bit. This is the most I can do. Next is... My dad is the best. He spent months and months making it, and I used the hell out of it.
Peak Fiction, Kino. Oh boy.
The Dark Knight. I guess my favorite, at this point, is probably still my favorite superhero movie. A bit of a drop, just a bunch of movies have dropped in general in this stream, but, in this list. But, the Joker, one of the great characters in cinema. Every minute of it, and completely engaging. Could be maybe a little bit nicer looking visually. Like, I think it just looks good generally. It could look great consistently, but that's really a nitpick. It's just all around a fantastic film that meant a lot to me when it first came out, with fantastic performances, and still does to this day. I've seen The Batman, yeah. I don't know that I will, Andres. I've been watching quite a few films lately. Yeah, Trish, I mentioned earlier that somewhere between 9 to 11 and 12 is average. 10 to 12, something like that. No worries, Trish. No worries at all. The Oppenheimer drop? I don't think I had it in the list last year. I don't think it came out. Unless that was a joke. I have a question about your experience as a reactor. Thank you, Bea, for the 100 bits. Do you think you learned how to be more expressive and give the audience more entertaining reactions, or what do you think changed over those 2 years of streaming? Because my biggest thing when I started streaming was, like, when you make... Are you a fan of Tarantino movies? I am, yeah. Are you going to combine Into and Across the Spider-Verse? I guess you'll see. You'll mayhaps see. Oh, The Dark Knight dropped because of Oppenheimer, I see. I think the main thing when I started streaming was, with video essays, you don't really need to show your personality much, unless you're doing a really sort of expressive video essay. I've tried to be a little bit more expressive in the past year or so, but especially like 2-3 years ago, they had a bit of personality, but mainly it was about the story. And I express myself through my words. But when it comes to streaming, you don't always say the best thing you can in every situation. You can't express yourself perfectly. So I was very cognizant of the fact that I needed to externally express my feelings with words, but also because I won't be able to communicate everything perfectly with my body language and the tone of my voice and all that. So I was very... Essentially, it was a science between trying to express what I was feeling in a way that was expressive but not fake, which I think was why I was more reserved earlier on. I tried not to be too silly, or I tried not to be fake, because I think putting it on too much would have just undercut the spirit of how I was feeling. And it's just something I think I grew more comfortable with over time through talking with you guys and just generally loosening up and being able to better communicate my feelings without words. I think it's just something you get with experience and practice. Hello, Kane. Sorry, Raph. I'm glad, Safa. Yeah, they were very chill. There's more insanity in these ones But I think, like, where I am right now in terms of the way I express myself, it is, like, I'm very happy with it. I don't want to change it. I don't want to go lower. I don't want to go higher, you know? I think it's the perfect mix. I think it's very chill, but it can get really, really hype. It's very emotional. We talk, we discuss. Like, it's the perfect medium for me, and I really don't want to stray one direction or another. Yeah, that's true, Nora. They have impact in that way. Bet soon? Yeah, I've been looking at this. It's tough. It's kind of tough. I think the first bet will be 81 and 82. It's because it's kind of tough the next little while to do bets. One of my favorite trilogies of all time. This or that, stream or YouTube? I love both. I enjoy streaming a little bit more. But, like, there's something that's so gratifying about putting out a video essay on something you've worked really hard on and sharing your thoughts with other people and just them appreciating it. Like, putting out the Kaido video was so gratifying and unique from streams. Whenever I finish the Rebirth script, that will be so gratifying. It's gonna take months still, but, like, it's the process of making these videos is so... Like, I'll never get tired of it. Bale or Pattinson as Batman? Bale just about, but I love Pattinson as well. I think he could surpass him. Pirates of the Caribbean. We were talking about it last week. Just pure fun cinema. With character depth for sure, and tons of great visuals. High scale, high concept stuff as well. Just pure cinema, just pure cinematic fun and adventure and rollicking drama and emotions. Great music and great set pieces, and you're never bored. There's always fun character writing going on. There's great acting. It's just all around a great time. Just a great popcorn movie, you know? I hope so, Weaver. The dice game, one of my favorite scenes, Kyloff. The Rebirth script is going to take months? No, releasing the video is going to take months, Andres. The script, I'll be finished, I think, in a few weeks. The first film is really good, plays it a little safe, a little cheesy, but I still love it. Second movie is arguably the best mix of everything. Third is a little too long-winded. It could have been cut a little bit, but has, I think, the most emotional impact and is the most sweeping and grand, and holy shit, what am I watching, you know? Exactly, Andres. Thank you, Lolo. You've not really made many comments about Rebirth other than your immediate write-up on Twitter, right? I have a whole podcast out where I talked about it for four and a half hours, but I still withheld stuff from there for the video. Really, that's awesome. That's really cool. Number 87, Hyoka. Again, roughly an average drop. And one of my favorite examples of, I made a video about it, of sort of subtle, how to make character growth subtle through the little details. Sorry, subtle with little details, but incredibly impactful. The main four of Hyoka, and the stuff they go through, it's very low-key, it's very understated, it's very subtle, like I said, it's very small scale. Probably the smallest scale story on this list. But nonetheless, because of the ways we're invited into their worlds, and just how they endear themselves to you, and how likable and great their interactions are, I love them so much. Oraki, Hotaro, Mayaka, Chitanda, one of the strongest core fours of a series you can ever get. And just a great example of character growth in a way that you really don't see much. Amazing visual storytelling. Replay Value has like 70,000 videos on Hyoka talking about its visual storytelling. They're great. Check them out. And yeah, it's just all around full of quality. Otake Chitanda ship? It's like, if there were a top 100 ships, it would be strong, but not like peak. Nuances of morality in an incredibly difficult, but nonetheless a difficult situation that reveals so much about the character, and different people can interpret things in different ways. Ultimately, and what I believe is one of the themes of which, like, a great examination of treatment of women, and also of the idea that anyone is capable of evil while not really dismissing while not putting it all on the environment. You know what I mean? True, Trish. True. Very true. Maria's a fantastic character. Like, every character of note is fantastic in some way. Pyramid Head is a beautifully executed sort of symbol of an antagonist. James, we talked about James a couple weeks ago. It's just so beautifully put together. The music, incredible. You know, the voice acting really stilted and awkward, but that has a function. The environments, I really hope that Silent Hill 2, the remake, is loyal to the spirit of it. I'm not holding my breath, though. But the character design looked great. Looked better, excuse me, with the adjustments they made, so. Yeah, Silent Hill 2, amazing. And I sort of just realized this year, like, it should be on the list. Silent Hill 2 soundtrack is one of the most melancholic, ominous, depressing, and beautiful music I've ever heard. I don't think there's a horror game that has anything quite like it to this day. You know, I don't want to interrupt iTunes, but I think it's Maria's theme. Let's play it. Screw it, let me play it. The music in this game is so good. Where is it? Laura's theme. It's so unbelievable. I'll put it a little louder. Did I replay it? No. Hannah played it, and so I watched Hannah play through it, and also, like, looked up a lot of analysis on it, and thought about it a lot, and reflected on it. Oh, this song, man. Is it higher than this? Yeah, it's higher. It's one higher. It's one higher. Next, which is actually, I'm going to put one lower. Mindhunter. Bit of a drop. I need Season 2 so bad. Still one of my favorite television. Oh my god. This song, man. So Season 3, yes, sorry. I can't play this any longer. I'm gonna die. Mindhunter, incredibly good. If you have not seen it, please check it out. One of my favorite one of my favorite television shows, and one that is incredibly, even to this day, incredibly slept on. So much so that it really just never got renewed for season 3 for multiple reasons. And it's a huge tragedy because the story is absolutely beautiful and wonderful, and so it's full of so much quality and a really interesting delve into criminal psychology in that era. Where it was just sort of on the uptick. Beautifully shot, incredibly moody and gritty, just all around wonderful. I can't really explain the drop much. I guess it's a little more than the average drop. Just how my feelings sorted out. It's a wonderful show, and I really wish we had season 3, but I don't think it's going to happen. Sorry, one sec. There we go. Moment of silence. Has Fincher been in a slump? He's my favorite director. Scorsese's close. Love Nolan, but Fincher's my favorite. Yeah, I think that's partly a factor for me too, Trish. I just don't think of it, like, some drops can be attributed to the fact that I just don't think about them as much. I haven't seen Mank, yeah. I should. Yeah, Teravin, it's not an easy watch for sure. I did say I'd do a bet between 81 and 82. Now, this one is one I'm currently re-experiencing and really enjoying. Really enjoying a lot. Nana. A 5 drop, which is really a slight elevation. I'll answer that in a second, Andres. Nana is, you know, the more I'm rewatching this with Hannah, the more it's like, you think of the cast in this series, and it slowly becomes like incredibly strong, like super good. Every character is resonant in some way and have some crazy some crazy baggage or angst or backstory or dynamic that just makes you want to die. This is, I think, without doubt, the angstiest story I think that I have ever experienced. It makes me miserable because of how just like slowly but seemingly inevitably, given like with the way the narration's structured, the way the character, the vibes and how it's directed and how the characters speak and how just it seems their characters are going to go. It's this gradual falling out in so many ways over the series, and it just hurts. It hurts really good. Like, it is so painful. Fantastic character work all over the place. Very flawed. And I noticed a lot of Hunter x Hunter parallels, actually. Quite a few Hunter x Hunter parallels between some of the dynamics with Hachi and Nana, and Gon and Killua, which is really cool. Music's great. I really like the way it's directed. Like, every character is just so three-dimensional and fully fleshed out and rich. And all their stories are so captivating, and it's really great. By the time I finish the rewatch, it could go higher. Gay people? True. Yes. Nana is, it hurts so good. It hurts so good. Does the Nana anime end in a good place? It ends where it can end. Top 5 works of fiction which aren't very contemplative for you. Xenoblade? Xenoblade Chronicles? Witcher 3? Breath of the Wild? Steins Gate's pretty contemplative for me. Thank you, Pink Sage. I do try my best. 2 more that aren't very contemplated. Let me check. Let me check my anime list. I was about to say Death Note by accident. Death Note is not contemplative. Maybe I'd say Kaguya-sama. Yeah. That's a good call, Safwa. I came to that independently. You're right. Kaguya-sama. And Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. SpongeBob's a good one. Next on this list, we are about to do a bet, the first bet, but not, we need one more. Oh, I very much so, Gio. I can't wait for it. Next on this list is one that is sticking solid. SSSS Dynazenon. I adore this series. I adore it. Absolutely, from the moment I started watching it, one of my favorite one-core anime. What makes you not feel contemplative about them? It's not, I think to me, it's not about what makes me not want to contemplate them, it's just that they don't have much that makes me want to contemplate anything. Or much. It's a lack of it, rather than something that makes me want to not, you know? Dynazenon is wonderful. Insanely good visual storytelling, great camaraderie between the cast, and beautiful bonds that build up. Insane peaks. The character work in this, you know, I think the thing with Dynazenon and Gridman is that Gridman is absolutely the smarter plot, more well-constructed and interesting conceptually plot. But to me, Dynazenon's characters are just so much better, so much more engaging, so much more endearing and likable, and like makes me want to invest in the story, so full of heart. I love them all so deeply. Sorry for comparing, it's just like an easy way of illustrating and why it's such a strong story for me. I love the ED as well. It's one of my favorite EDs. Thank you, Dave. Me too. That's part of it, Clown. Me too. Better group dynamics. I totally agree. Anyways, specifically on Dynazenon, I don't know. Just Yomogi, one of my favorite protagonists, with great, endearing relationships all over the place, and emotions, and I don't know, just watching this is one of my favorite seasonal watching experiences. Great Sagisu OST, yep. Absolutely, Hugs. Bleach did make it in, yep. And it's an interesting spot. It's not one that I think you should pay too much attention to one way or another. It could be higher. I could be just jumping the gun. I could be just jumping the gun and putting it this high, you know? Or on the list at all. But that's where it feels right for now. For sure. Big ensemble hugs for Niao. What is it with these songs that make me want to die from emotions? Okay, bedtime? Oh, God. We'll do this. Bedtime. Hannah, are you here? I know you like the bets. There we go. Hello, Date. Okay. This is a very fun one. I think this one's lots of fun. So. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. No, Mono. No. This is the last one. Or... Disco Elysium. 2 stream games. 2 stream games that happen one after another. You're a cruel man? I am. I am. Great Ace Attorney, easily my favorite Ace Attorney my favorite part of the Ace Attorney franchise. Herlock is an all-time character. There are dynamics to do with the heart of mysteries and a lot of the, just in general, the heart and beauty of stories and of life in general. Fantastic presentation, great dialogue, great setting focus, cases that I think are really well done. Just such a joy. And then the way it just ramps up, it ramps up and up and up until the end, with just one of the most satisfying payoffs to a story you can ever experience. The music, one of the best soundtracks. And just a cast that makes my heart swell immensely. Then Disco Elysium, which is one we streamed as well, and my thoughts on Disco Elysium, I loved it when we finished, but my thoughts on it have grown since then. As I played alternate routes, I've seen alternate routes. Disco Elysium's brought forth two of the most genius moments in gaming I've ever seen. Harry and Kim, incredible dynamic. The way that Harry is characterized indirectly, beautiful. Great integration between gameplay and story, insane music, great world building, great thematic cohesion. Ultimately, a fantastic game. 2 fantastic games. Which one do I love more? Let's vote. The Great Ace Attorney or Disco Elysium? Did I stream Disco Elysium? Yeah. Like I said, yeah. We did. Did not think the Great Ace Attorney would rise, especially since there are so many new additions. That's insane. It is. It has risen. It's risen a little bit, which is a big rise, actually. I love Great Ace Attorney. I really do love it. I adore it. And I miss streaming it. I really do. Those streams were so special. But which is higher? Because Disco Elysium, they're so different. They're so different from one another. They have such different strengths, and it's kind of hard to compare them, but ultimately, I am able to know which stories I love more than the others. PKJ voice acting? Thank you. Also, Disco Elysium has some of the best dialogue I've ever seen. It's one of the best, it's one of the best written games ever. Okay, what do we got? What's the spread? Oh, look at this! 47% say The Great Ace Attorney, 53% say Disco Elysium. Now, let me just say before I say the answer, both of these, the more I think about them, the more I love them. Both of them are on an uptick. But the answer is the Great Ace Attorney. 47-53. I love that spread. Congratulations to the winners. Congratulations. Collect your winnings. Disco Elysium, new edition, strong edition. Great Ace Attorney up 4. I'm sorry, Trish. Hold on, let me tab out. Okay, guys, let me just show you one of the most iconic clips on this channel. Turn your volume down. Turn your volume down. I won't show you the visuals. I feel like writing 101 is don't reference Dumbo when Satan's being resurrected. So true. I'm sorry, Bea. You can win it back. Thank you for the 101. It's too easy, Hannah. You know me too well. Ready? Fuck! Yeah. You bet everything? Yeah, that's my relationship with Disco Elysium, basically. I don't want to say because of spoilers, Andres. You can check out the clip. Okay, mute for the next 30 seconds if you don't want to know what the context of that was. I can explain really quickly. Hannah, but the thing is, Hannah, before you mute, the way that you're able to process all that and come up with an answer every time, and you're right more often, like way more often than not, is really impressive. Okay, you got that roll. So basically, for context, mute if you don't want Disco Elysium spoilers, just for the next 20-30 seconds. For context, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, basically, I rolled that, and I had a good chance, I believe. I had an 83% chance of not being racist to a character I deeply love. And I failed. Anyways, that was that. Absolutely, Nora. And that ends the shorter, actually, Tier 7. That's Tier 7 done. A great little game. I'd blow out everyone's eardrums if it was, Ron. It was just Link, JG. Just scroll up a little bit. Number 80. Supernatural. I believe this is this color? Supernatural. Again, I've talked about this a lot. Won't talk about it a ton, but, you know, definitely flaws, definitely lots of flaws, but the first 5 seasons of Supernatural are incredibly plotted out, fantastic relationships everywhere, a plot that just built upon itself in beautiful, beautiful ways that are extremely clever and powerful, with immense payoffs and building upon the lore and mythos of the series in ways that are just unbelievable. There are flaws. Don't talk about Dumbo when Satan's being resurrected. That over time get a bit more, I don't know, that weigh it down a bit more, but I still adore it. The relationship between the two brothers is one of my favorite sibling relationships in anything, and relationships in anything. And I love Supernatural. First 5 seasons. Peak Dean and Sam, yep. I have not seen BoJack Horseman, no. Next is a series you may know of called Death Note. I have a ton of videos on Death Note. And what I just adore Death Note. I think that it is the foremost example of a series that is absolutely thrilling, totally thrilling and really entertaining, and just is a great thriller. But under the surface, it is one of the most profound, all-encompassing laments of humanity and power struggles and hubris and pride, and it's incredibly rich. Like, if anyone tells you that Death Note isn't rich in ideas and substance and profundity and resonance and doesn't have important things to say, like, they just did not, they were not interested in diving deeper. There is so much here. It is incredible how much is in Death Note. How much is said in between the homoerotic battle between Light and L. Both endings of the manga and anime are wonderful in different ways. I think I slightly prefer the anime due to Araki's directing, but the little details, the way that Light is drawn so primitively, so that has such feral elements to his character arc. The sexual elements to his character that we talked about, I think, a couple weeks ago. Or last week, whenever it was. Yeah, I'm really proud of my Death Note videos. I think they're some of the best on the channel that I made. But Death Note did most of the work for me. Like, I just expressed it. The tennis match. Maybe, Hannah. Depends which type of snack. But probably, yeah. Please don't... But regardless of my answer, please do not allow your body to fall apart. Please. A cookie vibe, mayhaps? Mayhaps. Sure. Thank you. Love or hate Miss Amane? I like... Sorry, Miss... I like Misa. Sorry, Misa. I think Misa's great. I actually got a Misa shirt. It's Fade Hugs. I got a Misa shirt. I actually got a delivery from Team Liquid, who are doing an integration, a collaboration with anime stuff. So I got Death Note stuff. So I have a Misa shirt. I think she's great. I think she's my 4th favorite character in the series. She's awesome. Random thing I love about a favorite story. A Shawshank Redemption isn't a favorite story of mine, 14th. But I love the scene in the rain. Anime or manga ending? Anime. And I'm very grateful for that, Tom. Thoughts on Nier and Mello? I talk about them in those videos as well. Generally, I think they're good characters that both sort of display different traits of L, I think, and carry on his legacy sort of in divergent ways. Like, in Mello, I think you have his monstrous side, the monster he talks about, the emotional side, a lot of the heart. With Nier, I think you have his cold calculus, and both of them working together and cooperating in a way that defeats Light, being L's legacy, I think is really, really great. I think it's very good, 14th. I think it's very good. It's just, I don't think it's a masterpiece, but I think it's very good. Thank you, Bea, for the 122. Supernatural was one of my favorite TV shows when I was 11. Yes, I needed better parental oversight. Listen, I watched it when I was like 12 or 13 with my parents, so... The Bloody Mary episode, my mom was terrified that it would terrify me. Does it? Does it, Bea? I fell off. Like, I stopped watching properly. I can't believe that a series could somehow be pro and anti-gay. How do they do that? How do they really do that with Castiel and Dean? How do they do that? Oh, season 5. I don't know if I read it that way, but that's interesting. That's interesting. Hello, RS Dante. Say one nice thing about Light's dad, Soichiro Yagami. I think he's really good. I think he's a really good for balancing personalities and stuff. He's very likable, he's very honorable, he's very kind, and the sort of personality that you root for and want the best for, which in a series kind of bereft of that a little bit. Like, I love Light, I love L, Ryuk, Misa, but they're not super traditionally likable. I think you need a bit of that. Oh, I bet, Chill. Very true, Nora. Very true. Would you recommend someone to watch Supernatural nowadays? If I knew their taste, I might. I don't tend to recommend stuff to people, like, seriously, without knowing their taste well. But it depends. It depends. Matsuda? I like Matsuda. Yeah, I like him a lot. And what about Soichiro? I think he is very revelatory for L in a way that no other character really could be. No, Andres, do not watch Supernatural. You despise it. He does. He does peak at the end. Maybe Mamoru Miyano's best performance? Maybe. Christian mythos and lore? Oh, no, yeah, for sure, Bea, yeah. Did it terrify you? Gio asked if Bloody Mary terrified me. Not really. I had maybe a few nightmares. Do you have any blanket recommendations you would give to literally anyone, then? Not really. Not really. I say stuff throughout this list, I go like, listen, check out Akane Banashi, just because I want more people to try it out. But not serious recommendations, no. Most people take my opinion as an indirect recommendation themselves. But I never go, I recommend this to everyone, you know? So once in a while I go like, if you really like Hunter x Hunter, check this out. If you really like this element of this game, check this game out. Top 5 Final Fantasy games by their art design and visuals. If it's not too spoilery for the rest of this list, that's not too spoilery. Rebirth. You know, this sounds a bit weird, but I would actually say 14, especially towards the end. Shadowbringers Endwalker. Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 6, and Final Fantasy 12. If you really like Haikyuu, read Blue Period. True. AJ, recommend me any one thing. Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. Next, Pure Emotions. Pure Emotions. Violet Evergarden. I'll never forget my rewatch of this that destroyed me emotionally. Like, I cried every episode except like 1 or 2. I'm very excited for Dawntrail. Top 5 things Andres would hate. Violet Evergarden, Supernatural, Super Mario Sunshine? I don't know. I don't know why I feel that. Kaguya-sama? And I was thinking, yeah, JoJo's is a good call. Oh, no, sorry. I mixed you up with someone who I know who... Sorry, I mixed you up, Andres. No, I do remember. You're a defender of Sunshine. Steins Gate for sure. It's the height of the emotions, I think, Pink Sage. Just like the way it destroyed me every episode. Very good to me. Very good. Very different, but very, very good. I think I'm a big fan of them. Right, Tom. Got it. What do I think of the Violet Evergarden movie? I think it's mostly really good and adds an element to a relationship that I don't enjoy, but we move forward. We move forward regardless. Number... Ooh. I should have done another bet. I should have done a bet. Okay, let's do another bet. I don't know how many people... Oh, shit. Whatever I just did, don't do that. Okay, let's do a bet. I don't know how many people will know... Anyway, let's put it this way. Fullmetal Alchemist. What don't I enjoy about the relationship? The complexion of the relationship leans in a direction I really don't think it should, personally. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood or One Piece. Don't know if you guys have heard of either of these. Kind of pretty obscure. Hell of a rise for One Piece, up 11. No, I'm kidding. Megalobox and Nomad or Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood? So the thing I'm wondering about this is like Megalobox. I don't know how many of you guys have seen it. I'm sorry, Anna. I was like, yeah, Ava and 80, fair enough. Ava's higher than 80. Megalobox, Nomad. I made videos on both Megalobox and Nomad on my second channel. And Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood I made a bunch about as well. And actually, I've had a bit of a renaissance with Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. It's been a series that I really loved when I first watched it. Over the years, it kind of went down a little bit, and I was kind of out of it, but I think I'm back. Like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, everything about it is super rich. And so, in this spot, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood has gone down one, or is the same position. And that is basically a little bit of an elevation. I think it ages, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood doesn't age well in the couple of years after you watch it, and then it ages really well for some reason. I don't know how to explain it. My relationship with it was like this. I thought that was so dead ass. I'm a good liar sometimes. It would be peak if it was the same spot every list. Was it the same spot in the first two as well? Damn. Anyways, let's do Megalobox. Like I said, Megalobox Season 2 is like a direct answer. Direct answer to Season 1, and they complement each other really beautifully in a way very similar. Like, a great comparison for this is Yakuza 5 and Yakuza 6. They complete each other thematically. Megalobox Season 1 brings forth a theme and sort of a question, and Megalobox Nomad answers it in a beautiful way that makes it, that makes Joe a fantastic character. Anyways, let's do it. Which story does AJ love more? FMAB or Megalobox? I lost every top 100 bet. Well, there's always a chance. FMAO3, I think FMAO3 is very good too. I think the overall package is not as good as Brotherhood, but yeah. And I'm really excited to check out the manga. Maybe on stream for FMA. I have no clue about this one at all. That's the beauty of it. FMAB is just all around really good. It's got great thematics, like really pristine, really profound thematics, the more you think about them and dig into them. A really strong cast, some shonen meathead shit that I really like, a great world building, like a great setting, great magic system. Megalobox just hits the emotions so incredibly hard and tackles the duality of sort of the dance with the devil versus after the dust settles and sort of grief and coming to terms with what it means to really properly live and your sins and all that sort of stuff. So what is the spread? I like it. 60% say FMAB is higher, 40% say Megalobox. The beginning of 03 is better than Brotherhood, I agree. I think the beginning of FMAO3 is better than Brotherhood. But I think Brotherhood's all around more well-rounded, even if I think thematically it's a bit more striking in 03. I don't like the comedy. I don't think the comedy's great in FMAB. Anyways, the answer is... Oh my gosh. Have you read the FMA manga? No, like I said, I'm really looking forward to getting into it, and we might read it on stream. The answer is Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Which is in the same exact spot 3 years in a row. I didn't know that. I really didn't know. Dearie me, you'll get him next time. Congrats to everyone who won. 60%. I like that spread. Poll didn't show for me. Probably regional restrictions, unfortunately. Will Hunter x Hunter be the same 3 years in a row? I guess we'll see. If it is on the list, we'll see. Have you seen the bloopers? I think I've seen some for the dub. Next. Oh, okay. So, Hannah, would you like to tell everyone what the scariest game I've ever played is? Oh, did you go? That's awesome. Because the scariest game I've ever played, PT, yes, PT, yes. PT. Oh wow, I almost spoiled by accident. PT. To this day, the most terrifying game I've ever played. With somehow the craziest lore in any game, despite it being 2, max 3 hours. Like, absolute max 3 hours. And somehow the lore and the meta commentary surrounding the game, how it got canceled and then became like Death Stranding, or like its relationship with Death Stranding, and how this was just a project that never came to fruition, kind of elevates it. It kind of elevates it for me. It's Lost Media, yeah. It's made by Kojima. This was my first Kojima game. And it's actually why I was part of why I was into getting into Metal Gear Solid. Death Stranding streams in the near, still in the future. I would say it's. I'm definitely gonna stream the first. Like, I'm gonna have a premiere stream of Death Stranding, and we'll see how that goes. Hello, Sarah. How are you? It's the most terrifying game. It somehow has incredibly good lore. It's incredibly interpretive. It does so much with so little. I just adore it. The presentation, the direction, the audio. The audio is a masterclass. It is just unbelievable. It is an unbelievable work of art. I've always loved it. I've loved it since the moment I first played it, and now it's lost media. There are ways you can play it. There are ways you can recover it, but it's not the original. It's a little bit different. Is Kojima one of your favorite game directors? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. And I want to explore more. Yeah, top right corner, clown. Mario Party 3. Hello, Ahmed. PT is so good. So good. I wish I could recommend this, but, like, it's not out there. I wish I could recommend this with conditions. Like I said, there are ways to play really good imitations of it, but there's no way, as far as I know, unless you have original PS4s that have the file on it, which are very, like, they are so rare. You can't play the original. Has Hunter x Hunter been placed yet? Well, you might find this interesting, Sarah. This one. Expensive, yep. Mario Party stream? Honestly, I'd be down. I'd be down. Safwa. Mario Party is so much fun. Will you consider reading manhwa? I mean, in the future, never say never, but as of right now, it's not on my radar. 1v1 me on stream? Guys, if you want, me and Hannah can play on stream. Like, I want to do it with computers too, because that's fun chaos factor. But I'd be down. Gamble about it too? I'm down. Oh. Oh. Oh, this song. One to hard and one to normal? I've never done that. That's cool. I always just put them to hard. Stop moaning? No. We're talking about Peak Fiction, Nora. How am I supposed to not moan? Oh, I just got some shirts delivered. Mayhaps I'll wear one of them tomorrow. Oh, Thomas. Huh? Oh, you'll see. That's true. We were... Yeah, that sounds really fun. Thanks for the follow. This is the first one to me, yeah. This is the first one. Moaning. I moaned because I heard a song, Hannah. This song. Next, hefty drop, I guess. Mawaru Penguin Drum. Again, one of those ones that I sort of... I think the midsection of the show, or like some parts of the first third can be a little clunky and not super cohesive, but nonetheless strikes me so hard emotionally. Love it so much. I guess as I kind of rejigged the list, it just ended up going lower. That's my GOAT 81st. Great Ace Attorney. So good. How's it going, Zank? Yeah, me too, Safwa. The Ringo stuff is like, ooh. Could have done a bit better with that. But, the sum of its parts is unbelievable. The last stretch of this story is, it's so unbelievably good. Moves me so much emotionally. The end of episode 21? 20? 19 maybe? I don't know exactly. But there's the one of the ends to the episode where the ED bleeds in. Changed my life, man. Enjoy the VOD, Nora. Thanks for hanging out. Hello now, Miria. Best of luck, Zank. You can do it. The take on Ringo, one of the best characters for me. Though, like I said, definitely not perfectly done in the earlier sections. Oh my god, more music that I love. Oh god. I gotta stop putting Peak on this playlist. Next. A kind of a new addition, but not really. Yeah, anyway. Up 16 because of Across the Spider-Verse. We had the Spider-Verse at, I guess, 89. Yep, Into the Spider-Verse. With the addition of Across the Spider-Verse, which I think is a little bit better, and really, really enjoyed as the sort of, like, kind of Empire Strikes Back of the Spider-Verse series. And this first half, this theater experience was unbelievable. Excuse me. I love Miguel. I love Spot. I think that their characters will be expanded upon even more. They're both honorable mentions for antagonists. Crazy. The visuals are somehow, I think, even better. The sound design, the characters in general, like, yeah, it was just magical. It was really, really good. I need to pee a quarter of the way in, and it was agony, and I refused to leave. See? It's so good. It's so good, it's probably led to some UTIs. Yeah, just fuck up your kidneys. It was stunning. It was absolutely amazing. Watching this in theaters was such a great experience. Absolutely, great teacher Yuko. I can't wait for the third part. We're still a few years off, right? At least a couple, maybe 3. I don't remember exactly, but I'm eagerly anticipating it. And I think the way they'll explain, the way they'll approach Miles will elevate him a ton, given what's going on in alternate universes and stuff. Oh, I didn't know that, Thomas. Yes, the idea of the canon. They had Donald Glover in there, and how it informs Miguel and Miles, and like Miguel, there's a bit of a Washi Joe to Miguel, a little bit. It's gonna be amazing. I totally agree, Indy. It is some of the best setup. So, I guess at this point is my favorite superhero-esque media. I guess, yeah.
Geek Fiction, Kino. Oh boy.
Well done, Archidon. Well done. Thank you, Bea, for the 100 bits. For my first ever Miles Morales story, I absolutely loved it. I love how it introduces so many new spiders. And the Spot, easily a perfect antagonist for this series of movies. Can't wait for the final battle for both him and Miguel. Me too. It's just perfectly poised. It's perfectly poised. And it's crazy because I don't know if you guys felt the same, but when the movie ended, it went by so quick, I thought it had been an hour. I thought it was halfway done. I'm just like, oh shit, it's done. Oh shit, that was like 2+ hours. That's just how well it flowed, how well it was paced, how enjoyable it was. Yeah, exactly, Andres. It is incredibly dripped, and it definitely, despite it feeling short, it definitely takes its time and allows it to breathe and allows this rich atmosphere to build. Did you watch The Boys? Yes, I did. Sorry. Thank you, Hannah. Anyways, I can't wait for the third entry. It's going to be unbelievable. It's actually the longest Western animated movie. Could have fooled me. Thank you for the 100 bits, Bea. Ooh. Where Oppenheimer lands? We'll see if it's on the list. Okay. Do you want to do a video game bet off? We can do a video game bet off. Just for fun. Breath of the Wild, remake versus rebirth. I think 72 is a bit too high for them. Breath of the Wild, one of the most engrossing fictional worlds, one of the most beautiful games, one of the greatest atmospheres. You know, I just think about this one moment in Breath of the Wild where I was just at one of those inns, and it was just raining, and there was just these piano chimes and ambient noise, just characters conversing in the background, and I'm just like, this is the comfiest, most atmospheric thing ever. Just the setting and the presentation of the setting and the immersion alone of Breath of the Wild goes such a distance. And it's got some great characters and stuff as well, even though it's pretty minimalistic. But the explanation for why Link is silent, oh my god, move mountains. And then we have Super Mario Sunshine, with one of my favorite, like, one of the jankiest, I think the jankiest Mario game I've ever played. Definitely super flawed, but I fucking love Delfino. I really love Delfino. If that's wrong, I don't want to be right. So yeah, two very different games, but both of which, I think the setting takes the forefront for both. Sunshine's music, oh my god, is so good. One of my favorite OSTs. Would you like next Zelda game to have a non-silent Link? I don't have any preference one way or another, but I think they have to make him a good character. Like, I need my Links to be good characters, whether they're silent or not. So whichever way they want to do that. Yeah. So, and also, just the last stretch of Breath of the Wild and the way it tackles post-apocalypse is so, I don't know, it's really, really striking and awesome to me, and I really love it. And I think that it's going to be very difficult for Tears of the Kingdom to eclipse it. We'll see if it does. I still haven't played it. So, Breath of the Wild or Super Mario Sunshine? Do you prefer Oracle Majora Link or Twilight Princess Link? Hero of Time, so Oracle Majora Link. But I love Twilight Princess Link. See, that I love that, Hannah. Everyone has, like, broken, janky memories of Sunshine. But, at least for me, I've gotten so frustrated with the game, but I can't help but love it. Delfino, man. The music, the vibes, that's all you need. I have two backlogged reviews. A grand total of 2. You want to see them? Super Mario Sunshine. This game is so fucking stupid, but it has Delfino and immaculate music and vibes, and that's all I need for it to be my favorite Mario platformer. And Yakuza 6. Kiryu really brute forced his way into becoming one of the greatest characters of all time. No, I haven't, we were. No, Andres, I think that would be too annoying. Like, I wouldn't really want to do that. I just like dropping one-sentence reviews here and there and talking about them more seriously on stream or through my stream experiences. Yeah, I haven't played Wonder. I haven't played Wonder. What do we got? 63% say Breath of the Wild. The Chucksters, oh my god. 37% say Super Mario Sunshine. I do hate how Zelda games go. This is true. Will there be another vote after this? I gotta get your snack. There will be at least another vote today, but it won't be, like, in the next few minutes, Hannah. And thank you. The answer is... Oh, the music cue. Breath of the Wild. Congratulations to 63%. I win and leave. The mic drop. Hello, 5iker. Into the top 70. Oh, Savo was going to do Sunshine. You heard it here, Strange Something. Gambling always pays off. Except when it doesn't. Man, I saw this influencer video that was like, guys, if you gamble and you lose, like, think about it. You can win that back. If you just think of it as a process, you don't actually lose until you win. So just keep betting. And I'm like, holy shit, this is like... this is like one of the top 5 worst bits of advice I've ever seen. Real shonen. That's Kuze right there. When we're switching from Twitch to Kick after these streams. Top 5 worst bits of advice you've ever seen. Okay, that one. The time when someone told me, I am not playing this song. The time when someone told me, you guys might remember this, on stream when ranking my favorite protagonists 2 weeks ago, that it was a bad idea to do it across all fiction, and I should separate it by anime. That shit was one of the worst ideas I've ever seen. Oh, yeah, I totally get that, Momos. Read the lines. When I was told, when I got a bit confused when reading One Piece, to read the lines, which doesn't make sense. That's a great one. I was advised to skip Skypiea, but I won't include that because it was given to me by chat. I'll do a couple more. I was told not to stream on Twitch because showing my real personality would, like, shatter the illusion of the emotionless voice and, like, get people to know me, and that was a bad business move. And the last one... Oh no, Bea. Oh no. And the last one was... Oh, okay, like, so many Hunter x Hunter fans telling me when I said I was going to start One Piece with the view of maybe down the line reading Naruto and Bleach, that they're all shallow, they're all cringe and power of friendship bullshit, and they're not worth reading, and that they wouldn't even be worthwhile, and that I should just read Hunter x Hunter, reread Hunter x Hunter, and rewatch Hunter x Hunter for the rest of my life ad nauseum. We'll go with that. Top 5 3D Zelda dungeons. Temple in the Sky, Temple of Time, Twilight Princess. There's too much Twilight Princess here. No, I think so, Raph. Hyrule Castle and Breath of the Wild. They're still prevalent, Safa, yeah. Very true, Tarnished. Actually, I think they might have had something. I was thinking about that clown, Shadow Temple, Ocarina, but I think then I also go with. I love Snow Peak, man, and I love Arbiter's Grounds. That's so Twilight Princess filled, but hey, I love Twilight Princess. Yeah, well, you got it, Hamdaj. Stone Tower? Oh my god. I didn't say Stone Tower. Yeah. Stone Tower is so goddamn good. Oh my god. That's in the conversation for my favorite. Exactly, Clown, yeah. Next is... It's so good, Andres. Arbiter's Boss, one of the funnest in a Zelda game. Well, I think what I'll do is I'll finish up this tier and then I'll go to the bathroom. Top 5 stories with messages that you disagree with. I'll change that to not messages I disagree with, but messages that I don't that I don't agree with. Like that, not that I oppose, but that I don't like. Think hell yeah, you know that I agree with that. You know, Vinland Saga. I have not played Life is Strange, but I've seen a decent amount of it. Vinland Saga. Code Geass? I don't know. Maybe Psycho-Pass a little bit. Psycho-Pass, it's a bit of a stretch, but it's tough. It's a tough question. So I'll say Psycho-Pass. Attack on Titan? Completely disagree. I quite agree with Attack on Titan. Some of the non-violent stuff, Pink Sage. Thank you, Hannah. I will be taking a bathroom break soon, and I will get it. The way the chord system works in Mario Sunshine? Sure. Yeah, I'm struggling. Damn, all I can think of is peak stories that I agree with outside of that. Xenoblade Chronicles, I pretty much agree with Xenoblade Chronicles, but I just don't think about its message much. That's a bit of a stretch. But I'll say it. It's a tough question. Ace Attorney, Tom. Jujutsu Kaisen? I don't... See, the thing with Jujutsu Kaisen is I'll say Jujutsu Kaisen, but I don't actually know what the overall answer will be. I have an inkling. About what it would be. And if it is that, then I don't think I'll disagree. Or I think I might agree. But I'll say it anyway because it's up in the air. Tom, it's like Mario Sunshine's chord system is like a parody of Ace Attorney. True, Hamdaj. Exactly, Chill. Exactly. Also, speaking of JJK, it has been a year for JJK. I adore JJK. Now, it's been interesting because there's been parts of JJK, specifically the manga, that I'm not hot on. Like, I think there's been some chapters that are not very good. I think there's been some developments that are not very good. I did read the recent chapter. I think it was really good. However, despite... I think that's part for parcel of JJK. If you read JJK, you will be frustrated You'll be frustrated by it. It's just gonna happen. That's just gonna happen. Gege is unhinged, right? However, there are the peaks of it. Yeah, I both hate and love JJK. That's JJK at this point. The peaks of it, I really like it, second. The peaks of it, the stuff it does for Sukuna, for Gojo, for Yuji, the whole thematic premise of the series and what it's trying to get across. And then we had this past year was the anime adaptation for Season 2, the Shibuya arc, which definitely elevated character moments and characters in general. Mahito was elevated, Sukuna was elevated, Yuji. The fights, despite the conditions, I think it was a fantastic adaptation. I've never been frustrated by JJK. Am I doing it wrong? I think you're just built different, Trish. And so, all in all, there's been some negatives, like I said. However, by and large, absolutely a comprehensive, positive year for me with JJK, and that's why it's got this elevation. I love JJK. I can't help but love it. I love the cast is extremely strong. The thematic identity of it, which I talk about in my Yuji video, and the intent of the series and how it approaches death, and how it's so core to battle shonen. Like, I've described it this way. JJK is like if Netsudo wrote a story. Or Kenpachi wrote a story. You know? And I love that shit. The characters are better than people give them credit for. The fights are great. Like I said, there are flaws. There are flaws for sure. There are frustrations. There are times where I'm like, Gege, please be normal. But if Gege was normal, JJK wouldn't be JJK. So, I love it. I do love it. Oh, that is a fun one, Dave. I did adore JJK 236 when a lot of the internet was just hating on it. If Netsudo wrote JJK, who would his favorite character be? Todo. Todo for sure. Yeah, the Viz translations have not been super great lately. I have been reading not Viz translations, so. Todo referenced him because Netsudo wrote it, and it's just a self-insert. Top 5 shonen characters? I have read 257. Yeah, you can check out my anime list. It's always up to date. But yes, the answer is yes. Top 5 shonen characters. Okay. Hinata Shoyo. Kenpachi. Naruto Uzumaki. Todo. Whitebeard. Ryuji Goda. Netsudo. Of course. I didn't want to say Netsudo because I already talked about him. Well, talked about Todo as well. It's not about the quality of the characters being saved. I'm just naming names. I'm just naming names that I think of when I think of shonen. Shanks is super shonen. Rated character dynamic, Hirose and Kurusu. Amazing question. Double S. One of my favorite Yakuza relationships. Oh, sorry, Prodigy, I missed it. Top 5 My Hero Academia characters. Bakugo. I think at this point Deku's... yeah, I got it, Archidon. If you did it recently, I'm just catching up. Bakugo... I think at this point it's fair to say Deku. Deku's probably top 5. Endeavor... All Might, and... Shigaraki, excuse me. Yeah, that's my top 5. I do love Twice. I do love Twice. I do love Gentle. Gentle's just outside the top 5. Top 5 stories that you love that often frustrate you. JJK. Supernatural. I'd say Fire Emblem Three Houses, but it doesn't even frustrate me. I just laugh. Let's see. Steins Gate, that's a good one, yep. Oh, Monogatari, nice! I didn't even think about that. True. There you go. And the last name in this list is pretty topical. It is Final Fantasy VII. The original Final Fantasy VII. A wonderful game. One of my favorite Final Fantasies. Standard drop. Not much to say there. Definitely like, I have full sprawling thoughts about the story and the game in my remake OG comparison, and I'll talk a bit more about it in the Rebirth video, though not as much as I do in the OG. Nonetheless, the thoughts are out there. I think it's incredible. It's got some incredibly rich concepts communicated very beautifully. A cast of characters that is generally solid with some standouts. I think Cloud's wonderful. I think Sephiroth's great. Tifa's probably my favorite in the OG. Aerith is wonderful too. Barret, that's probably my top 5. But I think it definitely is hamstrung by the localization and translation. In a way that, thankfully, Rebirth and Remake just completely expand upon. In a way that just enhances all the characters, which is really what I needed to really properly love this world and franchise as much as I wanted to. And I think this game has been elevated because of the re-trilogy. OG Sephiroth is really good, like an ideal way to do a horror movie villain, which doesn't have a super high ceiling in and of itself for me, but is perfect for the game. I think they're great, Andres. I think they're pretty much the most cohesive part of 7 is the way it communicates the themes. Me too, Weaver. So yeah, that will end off Tier 6, Final Fantasy VII. OG's been growing on me a ton. Cool. Yeah, if OG had a better translation, it's no exaggeration to say that it could be in the top 50 or higher. Like, I really think the flawed, diluted translation, not just in the sections where the dialogue is memey or jank, but just because it doesn't get across character nuance very well. So the whole story as a result is shallower than it otherwise would be. That is such a unfortunate thing that lowers it for me. If it had a proper translation and localization with nuance and flavor and detail, this could be, yeah, in the top 50 easy. It's a really bad translation, really bad. But it's still a wonderful game. It's iconic for a reason. It's got great characters. Like I said, thematically pristine. Full of gameplay is amazing. I love the gameplay. Great. One of the best OSTs you're gonna see in video games. Not that I'm aware of, Trish. I think there are patched fan translations, but I don't do fan translations for games, so I'm not sure. I'm sure there's stuff out there. But with this, we are going to take a little break. I think we can get to the top 50 today, and then cut it off for tomorrow. So we'll take a little break. I'll grab my little snack, and my cookie, yeah. And I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Take a break yourself. Hope you guys are enjoying. I'll be right back. Thank you for the follows as well. It's all over. The VOD's getting muted. It's so over. Hello. Say one nice thing about Coventry Football Club. They seem like nice lads. The whole VOD's getting muted, yeah, all of it. No, it's just the BRB stuff that's going to be muted, I think. Although, it was crazy. Someone messaged me the other day and they're like, I know, Coventry Football Club, they did themselves proud yesterday. That was very good from them. Someone messaged me yesterday and they're like, well, okay, a big moment in yesterday's One Piece stream got muted. And they like, because I don't use this just for stream, Andres. I use it for other stuff, and it's too much of a pain to do it otherwise. It's easy to just skip songs. A big part of it was muted, and someone messaged me very angry about it. I'm like, man, what do you want me to do about this shit? And they said, you expect me to pay for Patreon for like 2 minutes? I said, no, I don't. No, I don't expect you to. I want you do whatever you want to do with your money. That shit is not even on Patreon. Like, it's not even on Patreon. I didn't even put it on Patreon. So they got very upset about that. Also, I got a cookie. One Piece doesn't even get muted often at all. Yes, Andres. But that stream will eventually be on Patreon. It will eventually be, just not now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tarnished. Also, the reason I didn't play this song earlier is because it would have shuffled into this. It would have shuffled into this during the bathroom break. And I think that's bad vibes during a bathroom break. So instead we got Peak Ping Pong that'll just get muted. Do you expect me to pay for Patreon to hear the muted break that just happened? Yeah. Yeah. Damn straight, Struggler. I'm surprised you don't lock your DMs. But this is fun. Firstly, there are lots of sweet DMs. Very nice DMs that I really like. But also, I like telling you guys about this stuff. What's your most unpopular anime or manga opinion? I don't know. I don't really tend to think about opinions as how unpopular they are. I just have opinions. I guess that Sakura's a great character. That the last stretch of Naruto's great. That Poof is one of the greatest characters of all time. That's probably not that hot anymore. I don't know. JoJo mid? I do think that certain arcs of JoJo's are mid. That is true. I think some parts are mid. Some are good. Top 5 series, top 5 cookies. White chocolate macadamia nuts. There are these mini eggs that come around Easter that are really good. Like these lava cookies with the fudge inside. I get these matcha white chocolate cookies as well that are really good, like matcha, and then red velvet. Hello, Fiji. We had a good old talk about JJK. I think Fiji saw that we had Bleach in. Top 5 series that everyone loves that just really aren't for you. Not that it isn't for me, but Cowboy Bebop, Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Like, Cowboy Bebop I still think is really good. Just not a favorite. But I guess it qualifies. Kinda JoJo's. Actually, yeah, JoJo's. Code Geass and... Oh yeah, Kingdom Hearts. I was only thinking about any manga. True. Avatar? No. I think Avatar's very good. Mob? No, I think Mob's very good. It just isn't a favorite. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is a good one. Top 5 series that became better over time. Okay, I'm gonna say through rewatches. Eva, Monogatari, Violet Evergarden? Weird answer, but Hunter x Hunter? I initially gave it a 9. And, Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan. When I first watched Attack on Titan, I like, fooled myself into thinking it was just like a popcorn series. No second. That's why I answered Ava. It took me 4 watches to love Ava. For personal reasons. Goddamn, struggler. True Hannah. How many years between them? 1 to 2. The first time I watched Ava, I was like disturbed by it. Second time, to try to not be disturbed from it, I sort of didn't. I put a buffer between myself and the story and didn't allow myself to really emotionally connect with it, to guard myself, and that was a bad idea. The third was like a weird mix of the two, and then the fourth I finally like opened myself up to it. I did, Andres, I did. Next on the list, people, a new addition. A movie. Can you believe it? A movie on this list? Top 5 series you knew from the first episodes or chapters or beginning in general it could be special, and it turned out to be true. Berserk, Haikyuu, the Oppenheimer drop. It dropped? No. I do think Bleach to an extent. Bloodborne? And Yakuza 0. Number 68, Oppenheimer. Fantastic movie. I absolutely adore it. And the fact that it is 3 hours blows my mind. Similar to Across the Spider-Verse, this is one of the most engaging, taut, like moment to moment, in one way or another. It is incredibly engaging. Whether it's the sort of politics it's talking about, the back and forth and thrilling aspect of Oppenheimer trying to juggle his politics and family and allegiances while also trying to get the Manhattan Project across. The Manhattan Project achieved, whatever, completed. The stuff to do with, you know, I don't know how to describe this, but the way that the scientists in this movie do this for the beauty of science and think of it as this wonder, but then it is used in the most evil way possible. And the ways in which the characters are so genuine in a lot of ways, genuinely avoidant of the culpability. Like, there's a scene in this movie, one of the best scenes in the movie, I think, is where there's like they're in a classroom and they're learning about the damage that the atomic bomb did on Hiroshima. Horrific shuffle. Horrible. And people are looking at the damage. They're doing dialogue, and we're not seeing that, but they're clearly showing the damage and bodies and people dead on screen. And Oppenheimer does not look at it. He doesn't look at it. He averts his eyes. And there's so much there. The applause, the scene in the gym, or the gym scene, you know, with the screams and the lighting. I forget what it's called. The auditorium, whatever that one is. The handshakes, my God. And then one of my favorite scenes actually is just, them deciding which city to bomb, and Oppie really starts to realize how the control has been completely removed from his hands. Right. One of the most chilling lines in the movie is when he's talking to one of the just officials who's taken the bomb, and he's giving them advice or whatever, and the guy goes, "We'll take it from here." Oh my God. My God. Oh. And then deciding the places to be bombed it's just done on a whim. We'll get rid of Kyoto, I think it was. It's a beautiful city. I vacationed there with my wife. Deciding which cities to completely destroy on the whims of. I went on vacation there. It was nice. Like, oh. Yeah, I had my honeymoon there. Yeah, oh. And one of my favorite moments is actually how they visually portray the beauty. The beauty that a lot of these characters get tunnel visioned on without realizing the moral implications of it, which is, do you hear the music, Robert? And then the montage that goes into. That is one of the most beautiful sequences of anything. Beautiful and real, and it's done with a huge passion for science and the wonder of discovery and innovation. Which is why it's so heartbreaking to see where it ends up going. Just top to bottom, it's a fantastic, wonderful movie. And it's interesting, I watched it with Hannah, I rewatched it with Hannah, and Hannah brought up the subject of the nameless guy at the end who very much goes against Strauss, and is kind of like, ends up being sort of an Oppie, an anti-Strauss, like, kind of shoves it in his face. And I still think they're doing something really out there with that character, but I haven't really been able to put it together. Not Remy, yeah, Strauss's aide. He doesn't have a name. He's not credited with a name. And I think that's really interesting as well. Yeah, Gio. Not Rami Malek's character, the other guy. I still think they have some crazy abstract thematic stuff that they do with that character, because he's very different. He's very different. It's kind of jarring how different he is. It's kind of jarring how different he is and how blunt he is. And he doesn't have a name. And I really need to think about that more, because I think there's something there. Yeah, what is even his job? I don't know. Did you Barbenheimer? More or less. I watched Barbie and Oppenheimer 3 or 4 days apart from each other. Thank you, Rio Chango, for the brand new Prime sub. Welcome to the Waffle House. Anyways, it's my favorite Nolan. I think it's totally wonderful. I've seen it 3 times, I believe. And each time it gives me more to think about, more to appreciate. The JFK name drop, again, that's very overt and blunt, and not it's not in the same tone as the rest of the film. So it's really interesting. I don't know. At worst, I think it might be a bit of a mishandling of the themes. But I'm always like, I'm always gonna try to think about it and give it the benefit of the doubt. And I really think there's something there that I just don't get. Why is Oppenheimer fiction? True. So true. It's a story. I don't quite know what you're getting at, Andres, but I'll say sure. Exactly. Yeah, Safa. Insane. The Apple scene, too.
Peak Fiction, Kino. Oh,
boy. Favorite One Piece villain. Sorry about eating. The cookie too good. Favorite One Piece villain. You can check my antagonist list. Thank you for the 100 bits, Bea. It's how... What surprised me the most is how it's the least anti-communist Hollywood blockbuster I've ever seen. In fact, from a politics standpoint, this is kind of a story about a left-leaning academician getting prosecuted by U.S. government because it was convenient to them. It's a really layered... I think it's really layered in terms of its morality and politics. And I think there are a lot of different interpretations to glean from it. Yeah, the thing is, Oppenheimer also is very... Yeah, he's very incapable of strongly committing to anything. Someone compared him to Jace from Arcane, and I agree. I think he's a fascinating character. Thank you for the 100 bits, Bea. Yeah, it was unlike anything. I didn't realize it would be so into politics when I first watched it, and so I had to kind of play a bit of catch up throughout because I didn't really. That scene is amazing, Bea, because I didn't really know what I was getting into. But once I acclimatized, man, it's so engaging. Jace, but without the golden heart. True. That is key. Next is... Sopranos. One of the best television shows out there, one of the most iconic. Tony is a once-in-a-lifetime character. I think it just gets... Season 1 is one of the best seasons, and then I think it peaks in Season 6, which is straight up one of the best... seasons of television I've ever seen. There is a 4 or 5 episode stretch that I talked about a couple weeks ago that is out of this world. And just generally, while you're a season oneer, I think it's great. I think it's like top 3. I think it's top 3 in the series. While I prefer the works it inspired more than it itself in Mad Men and Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, I still think it's absolutely wonderful and has been, like, I can't think of any way you want it the same way, you know? Oh, interesting. Sopranos and Haikyuu, the anti of each other. Olivia? Absolutely, Ron. To complete the Fiji core, I don't know if Fiji's still here. He said he was in here, but I'm not sure if he still is. Once again, Vagabond and Sopranos right next to each other. I mentioned it, but earlier, but Vagabond is a work that I definitely, like, I need to reread with proper context and, knowing the type of story it is to, I think, fully comprehensively appreciate. Musashi's a dream of a character. The art is unbelievable. It's you know, it's got a similar spirit to Bleach. I really think it does. That's interesting. That's an interesting way to put it, Andres. I love that. These people, very inhuman people, but the ways they still chase the humanity that was sort of denied them from birth, but, like, still drift away from it. It's really, really cool. A much more analytical mindset than I should have. The thing with with Vagabond is I feel like it's really interesting because the way it executes some things and communicates its themes and presents itself makes you feel like you've got to be very analytical for it to properly understand it. But I actually think the best mindset to go into it is to just feel your way through it. To just vibe your way through it. I think that's the way to go. I did, and I feel like I understood things better than if I tried to analyze, which I don't ever try to do. That's never my first thought, you know? Yeah, if you try to pick it apart analytically, I think you can get lost in it. It's amazing, and I'm really looking forward to when I revisit it. Tier 5 looking pretty good so far, yeah. It feels more like a poem instead of a story to me, not in a bad way, but it's just a very different presentation. It communicates through momentary feelings. It's similar to Bebop in that element, but yeah. I think it actively asks you not to approach it in an analytical mindset, especially later. It kind of requires its reader to be humble and submit to it more than I think I was able to on first read. And I kind of love that. I really love that. Because it's like, you gotta be a feeler to, I don't know. It's a way of interacting with the story that I really appreciate. A vibe check. I like that. Sorry, let me just, I forgot to retweet. There we go. Next, let's see. Oh, sorry. It's the way that the one fight, the big one, excuse me, we'll have Musashi think one thing in one chapter and the next be completely antithetical to everything you just said. Yeah, I forget the exact way I put it, but Vagabond in a lot of ways is like a stream of consciousness stream of consciousness chronicling of every sort of element of a person's psyche in the most feelsy, vibey way possible that requires for you to properly enjoy it, to sort of feel your way into it and tap into it emotionally and spiritually. And that is something that's difficult to do. Like, I think Vagabond, more than anything, is a story, more than the vast majority on this list, is a story incredibly dependent on immersion. And that is, you know, we live in a society where that's sometimes not easy to do. You know, I feel like if you live tweet Vagabond a lot, like, obviously, read a bunch of chapters and say what you think about it, but like, if you live tweet your way through chapters, that shit will not come through. I would love a great adaptation of Vagabond, but I'm not sure if it's possible. Thank you, Fiji. I get the cosign. Next. Oh. We were talking about how you were slapping Sam across the wrist during the read-through for being too analytical. Next is a series I deeply love. Oh shit, well, now you know the next two. Very different. Kaguya-sama Love is War. My favorite rom-com. One of my favorite romances, fictional romances in general. I think since the last list, I've seen the movie in theaters and outside of theaters. And it's wonderful. It just really goes from strength to strength. And I love how it approaches relationships so genuinely, because we have this big, wonderful first... I'm going to talk about it, so plot events incoming. This big, wonderful first kiss, and it's beautiful, and the stars are shining, and there's fireworks and balloons, and it's this huge show. But then when the dust settles, what is just as, if not more important than that, is the ability to have these quiet moments together. Just holding your hand in a park, for the dust to settle and for you to just confide in that person. That's what makes it real, right? And I think the movie did that really beautifully. Also, sort of tearing down Kaguya's walls and taking a peek at her, her insecurities and all that. And how Shirogane, how Miyuki's able to work through that, sort of, again, brute force his way through that, through his pure compassion and kindness and desire to reach out for her. I just love him. And Ishigami's amazing, Chika's amazing. We got some additional characters in Season 3 that I find really good. Papa Shirogane. The song playing is always in the top right. They do, Hamdaj. It is one of the most beautiful... Whenever I'm citing the best-looking manga I've ever seen, I always talk about Vagabond. Always. Just finished the manga. I'm looking forward to the rest of the story, because I have not read the manga. I'm anime only. And the direction, yes, the direction of Kaguya-sama is out of this world. The narrator, unbelievable. Yeah, I love the narrator. It establishes itself through the sort of war aspect, the mind games and all that stuff. But then when the heart begins to show itself, it really comes into its own. Wokeism asks, BioShock 2 or BioShock Infinite? I am a BioShock Infinite truther. In that, I think it's good. Like, I think it's very good. I think it has very detrimental flaws, but I still think it's overall very good. So I'll say BioShock Infinite. Totally agree with Drunk Eldian. It makes you buy into those grounded moments that would usually be on par for the course with other rom-coms, are treated with special care. Exactly. And how the story tackles misunderstandings, and how I have a video about it. In spite of misunderstandings, people will like-minded people, kindred spirits, will try to work through them to understand one another. It's beautiful. More of a placements thing, Dave. I don't feel really... 16 is quite a bit getting into the 60s, but I don't think I love it any notably amount less. I have played... I think I played System Shock 2, but it was so long ago I hardly remember it. Thank you, Hugs. And then Bioshock. This is just Bioshock 1. This isn't 2 or 3. 2 or Infinite. Still to this day, one of the most unbelievable settings in any story. Rapture is a character. Rapture is Andrew Ryan, and discovering it and seeing the way the story approaches plot and how the plot unfolds sort of piecemeal through the audio logs is totally stunning. The politics at play, the twist, the gameplay's fine, I guess. Gameplay's fine. Top 100 from last year. You can see it right here. Full of great characters, incredible world building, insane indirect characterization, and it's very horrifying. Bioshock's one of the scariest games I've ever played. I think because of the atmosphere. Like, Ford Frolic, that shit disturbs me. Oh, they're done. The Kaguya spoilers are done. Here, let me at Trish. Okay, I'll do a bet between 58 and 59. And it's an amazing start. Amazing start to the game. That first view of Rapture... iconic. Next, number 63, Durarara. Narita's best work for me. I think Baccano is really good. Baccano is actually... Excuse me. Screw it. Baccano is an honorable mention. Yet, Durarara, I think, is my favorite. We talked about this with Izaya and with Mikado, and the way that their characterization reflects what is essentially the main theme, which is everything to do with culture, how culture forms, memetics, how random human entropy and how people meet each other and bounce off, and culture becomes embedded from series of entropic coincidence and all that sort of thing, in the micro to the macro. It's done beautifully. Ikebukuro itself is a character. Izaya is one of the great characters. Generally really strong ensemble cast, really stylish, one of the greatest voice casts ever. I love the presentation. The music, yes, which is what Rapids alludes to. The music is incredible. I have seen La La Land, Potato Mara, yes. Sub. I've seen both, Sam, but Sub is the one I was talking about. The dub's pretty good. Like, the dub's got some standouts, but overall I think the sub's comfortably better. I'm talking about the anime for Durarara. Hopping on the Baccano light novels, Andres. I wish I could. I wish I could do like 20 other things, but I don't think it's happening anytime soon. I hope so, Andres. Favorite OP? Steppin' Out, maybe? Steppin' Out? The Stormlight novels? Very nice, Gil. Hello, Natty. Either Steppin' Out or OP2, which is, I forget what it's called. But I love that one. Favorite Durarara character? Izaya. Izaya. Number 62 is... We can go quickly past some of these. Like, Durarara, we talked about for years. Bioshock, Kaguya-sama, like, we talked about these before. This is another one. Excuse me. There we go. Psycho-Pass, Season 1 purely. One of my favorite examples of a dystopia. Protagonist-antagonist dynamic, one of the best in the business. Incredibly rich and, Claire? Oh, thoughts on Masaomi? Pretty good. Peaks in Season 1, but overall I like him quite a bit. Season 2 is a nightmare. Season 3 is pretty solid. I gave Season 3 a 7. Season 2 is just a horrible rehash that has none of the same soul and spirit. I know, Andres, but that's... Claire isn't... The question was about Durarara, right? Oh, favorite Baccano. Sorry. You were talking to someone else. Sorry. Gotcha. Favorite Baccano character. I do think, actually, my favorite Baccano character is Claire. I think it is. Is Baccano on the list? It is honorable mention. But yeah, the tandem, the trio of Protag, Antag, Deuterag in Psycho-Pass, it's hard to get better than that. It's really unbelievable. Is Fooly Cooly on this list? Not as of yet. We shall see. Isaac and Miria? Oh yeah. Like, I've gushed about Isaac and Miria for years. But they're not... I don't think they're the best characters in the series. But I adore them beyond words. Both, Sam. You might be right. Trish. And yeah, another setting that completely reflects the story as a whole. What did I say I'd do the bet for? Oh, yeah. 58 and 59. I'm one of the biggest Kyoso Giga fans in the world. And I think I will continue to be. This is Rie Matsumoto Masterclass in a mix of efficient and abstract storytelling with an underlying current, with an undercurrent, a thematic undercurrent of family and bonds and what makes real family sort of brought to the fore by its main character of Koto. Music's fantastic. Really abstract, and yet it's the sort of story where I've been confused when watching this. I don't know what's going on in the plot at times when I first watched it. And yet, I had emotional reactions. Each scene I would be immensely shook. I would be incredibly, like, teary-eyed. And it's because somehow, for me, I think that they're able to, in each scene, get the sentiment of the stuff happening across extremely well. Even when the plot is going all over the place, like just a tear rolling off someone's face. The scene with Inari crying after thinking about his past. The way it focuses on nostalgia and just this yearning for the people you care about. That's sort of universal things that really apply to me. And despite how abstract it is, actually, I think the abstraction and the eclecticism of it really enhances it. Because the message is really simple when it comes across. Anyway, I have a video about this one too. I adore it. And I think everyone should give this one a try. Again, not a blanket recommendation, but if you like Rie Matsumoto, if you like sort of abstract, symbolic storytelling, themes of family, worth giving a go. It's incredibly ambitious, yeah. Where to start with it? I've just seen the main series. Say one nice thing about I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. I think that's a pretty... I think I Want to Eat Your Pancreas is pretty bad, but it looks nice. Hello, Quicksilver. No, Panda, like I said, Season 3 is not bad. I think Season 2 is bad. I think Season 3 is pretty good. Like, it's pretty decent. Ikebukuro or Rapture? Oh my god. Rapture. Rapture. Next is a New Edition. No, I'm kidding. I couldn't, I realized in the midst of it that I said New Edition, and I'm like, fuck. God damn it. God damn it. It's not a New Edition. It was on the list last year. I fumbled big time. Next is not actually a New Edition. Bunch of drops in the movies, except for, I guess, Oppenheimer, the new edition. The Social Network. This is right up, like, this is similar to the Tatami Galaxy in terms of being a really important, informative film for me as a young adult. My favorite Fincher film. Tautly paced, beautifully flows in between a bunch of different perspectives to tell the story of multiple different court cases. Beautiful music. And I think it captures the essence of university life and ambition and dreams and things you prioritize in young adulthood really well. But yet it's to me, it's something that I find myself immersed and engrossed with more than something like Tatami Galaxy. You're right. You're right, Andres. You're right. We have to expand. Yeah, I just really adore this movie. I for some reason hated it back when I was capable of hating fiction when I first saw it. I thought it was really bad. I don't know. I have a video on this movie as well, actually. He does, Thomas. Have you seen, like, the guy's got muscle? The guy's got facial hair? Like, good for him. I have, we were. Want to do a bet? Let's see. How many bets do we have left? If we get to 50. We might just have one bet left. No, we could do maybe one. We could do two more, maybe. Anyways, we have this one. Facial hair's photoshopped? Good God. Okay, 58 and 59. Bedtime? Here we go. Bedtime. No, I'll stop. I'm sorry. Steins Gate or Vinland Saga? So, unfortunately, when I rewatch stuff, the vast majority of times tends to rise in my estimations. Unfortunately, once in a while it happens where something I deeply love doesn't quite live up to where it was. Steins Gate was one of them, unfortunately. A lot of stuff with Ruka is really bad. And just generally, I think I didn't enjoy some of the pacing as much as I used to. And from a moment-to-moment basis, I wasn't as engaged as I used to be. Nonetheless, all the reasons I used to love it still hold strong, and are core reasons to why I still love it today. Like, it's a strong favorite to be in the top 60. But it is a notable drop-off, and unfortunately, it's not a masterpiece to me anymore. I think it has too many... I have too many personal problems with it, which sucks, but that's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, all the things I've talked about over the years that I love about it still hold true. It's just, I found more problems. Whereas Vinland Saga, where was it last year? Yeah, Vinland Saga, roughly, the same spot or one higher. So that is an elevation, and I think a lot of it has to do with the Season 2 adaptation. And the manga, I think, coming in strong. Stronger than I felt it's been in ages. So yeah, these are the next two. Thorfinn, we talked about him a couple weeks ago. Unbelievable character. Just generally a great cast that communicates its themes incredibly well. Prologue and Farmland are two of the greatest arcs you're gonna find. Me Too, Safwa. It's just I have extreme emotional connection to that first watch of it, and I was very similar. Like, I just watched 12... I watched, like, 15 episodes or something in one night, stayed up till, like, 5 a.m. It was crazy. And that'll always be important to me. But in the here and now, this is where it ends up. I didn't think you put Vinland above Vagabond? Well, it has been for 2 years now. Let's see 2022. Oh, is it not even here? It might not even be here. Yeah, it wasn't here. So yeah, last year it was. By one. Just by one. Okay. Which story does AJ love more? Steins Gate or Vinland? So also worth mentioning that both adaptations are stellar. Steins Gate's visuals are unbelievable. Also, Steins Gate has one of the best dubs out there. I adore the dub for Steins Gate. Do you find more flaws with Steins Gate the more you think about it, to the point where it'll sink in future lists? I'm not sure. All I know is this is where it is now. Hopefully it doesn't sink more. Or if it does, it's due to things going ahead of it rather than flaws. More flaws that I find. Vinland Saga, yeah, it was 66 in 2022, but Vagabond wasn't on there. So there's, I hadn't read it yet, is what I was talking about, Sarah. But yeah, Vinland Saga has been pretty steady as 66, 59, and then 58 or 59. This includes the visual novel, primarily the anime. Top 5 anime English dubs. Steins Gate, Fate Zero. Cowboy Bebop. Yu-Gi-Oh. Gurren Lagann. Yu Yu Hakusho's is great. FMAB's is great. Code Geass is amazing. FMAB, like, specifically, is really good. It could be in my top 5. Cyberpunk? I watched Cyberpunk in dub. I didn't see it in sub. Okay. What's the spread here? 37% say Vinland Saga. Baccano. Oh my god, Baccano. Insane dub. 37% say... Sorry, 37% say Steins Gate, 63% say Vinland Saga. Oh, I'm sorry, Han. Oh, I hate that. I hate how janky it is. I'll do one more vote before we finish. Vinland Saga. 4 out of 4, very nice. I have no enemies, except if you're Vinland Saga and you're against Steins Gate. Yeah, I think this is the biggest... This is the second biggest drop. 38. It's unfortunate. I think it's the biggest drop if you consider the context. You can do it, Natty. I believe. Let's give you guys your waffles. Second biggest? I was talking about 3 houses. I was talking about so far, Tom. But, like, the 45 for 3 houses, I think, is not as bad as the 38 for Steins Gate, considering where it was, you know? And the context and everything. 57. Oh. We have talked about this one to death in the past couple years, but specifically the past couple weeks. Just read it. Just read it. Do not watch the anime. But Blue Period, again, it just... Fantastic, amazing main protagonist. Captures the struggles of young adulthood and relationships with art and passion and your paths in life, and the pain of creation better than anything. Just read it. Don't watch the anime. The anime sucks. It's not dynamic at all, and especially for a series that is so intent on communicating expressiveness. Anime's stiff as hell. It's so unambitious. It's kind of like an insult to the series, I think. Blue Period's amazing. I love it so much. Recent chapters? Let's see. I caught up kind of semi-recently. I might be 1 or 2 behind, though. I've read 64 chapters. So I might be missing 1 or 2. It's too bad, Tarnished, but Chapter 1 really is peak enough. It's just different. It's just built different, man. If you like Haikyuu, check out Blue Period. If you like Run with the Wind, check out Blue Period. If you like Akane Banashi, or kind of Rakugo, check it out. If you like Sangatsu no Lion, check out Blue Period. Kind of low-key Hoseki no Kuni. Check out Blue Period. It is Safwa. I know what event you're talking about. I didn't remember which chapter was which, but yeah. Next is a bit of a change. Oh, it's 61? Okay. A bit of a change. Now, Fellowship of the Ring is absolutely by far my favorite Lord of the Rings film. But I realized that I could just put it together. Like, it's not like it's not like Return of the King or Two Towers lowers my thoughts on the series overall. So I just put it all together. It did have a big drop. I recently rewatched Fellowship of the Ring. I adored it. I was crying. I was tearing. And I do think that Two Towers is really, really good. And Return of the King is really good too, but I think it gets worse with each entry. But nonetheless, I think it's fair to pair them together for me personally, or put them all together. I don't know. It shook out this way. It was one of those where I'm just like, huh. No, it's lower than this one, and it's lower than this one, and it's lower than this one. But I still adore it beyond words. I love that, Thomas. What a beautiful formative media experience. Yeah, Fellowship is just everything I love in a movie. It is just, it is so beautiful. It's one of my favorite movies. It's in my top 3 favorite movies of all time. I adore Boromir, the music, the Shire, the journey, the adventure. Does that peak characters? I think so. It's not going to give you triple S characters across the board, but I think it's got really good characters. It's got a solid cast. And yeah, I think Return of the Kings is just kind of a bit too bloated for me. I think it's a little bloated. There's a bit too much there. But the highs still far outweigh the negatives. Extended always, Thomas. Is Game of Thrones here? We have not talked about Game of Thrones. That's awesome, Safwa. That's so cool. Also, Twilight Princess, very nice. That's Sam's speech at the end of Two Towers, Tarnished. That is hope encapsulated. Unbelievable. Yeah, I was sad about it too. Of Uhtred. I was sad about it too. I agree, Jesse Masked. I think I like Golem more, but yeah. Golem could have gone on the honorable mentions for antagonists. This and that ends, I think. Yes, I have. Yes, I have, Jesse Masked, but it was ages ago. That ends Tier 5. That is the end of Tier 5. Tier 8, 7, 6, and 5, all finished. We're getting into the heavy hitters. I think it can go either way, Natty. I think I can understand some who don't think he is. I can understand some who think he is. I wonder where One Piece will be. You think it's going to be on the list? We'll see. Okay, okay, we'll do a bet with... Oh, it's tough. Yeah, this is tough. We'll do a bet with 52 and 53. One Piece in 10 placements from now? You think One Piece 45? Or 46? Interesting. Do we have another hour in us? Probably not an hour, but I want to get to 50. I want to get to 50. Can't wait to see One Piece in the top 10. You think One Piece is in the top 10? One Piece may not be on the list. Yeah, we're going to do more today. I think I want to end around 50. Okay, one sec. One Piece top 50, you think? It's interesting to see how people gauge my tastes It's very interesting. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. It's interesting. Because I think there are people who think that I think a certain way, and people who think that I think another way. With respect to one story versus another, or personal connection and things like that. It's interesting. Number 55, Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. One Piece transcends fiction. Interesting. I actually have noticed that I have been more enamored with Hoenn compared to Johto lately, which wasn't always the case. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver is, to me, a borderline masterpiece in environmental storytelling and how that integrates with thematics. I have a huge-ass video about it. Yeah, it's had a little bit of a drop. Is that a little bit of a drop? Not a huge one, but I just found myself, the more I think about Johto, I'd be like, I actually think Hoenn I like more than Johto now, which is how things shook out. But specifically, Johto, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, has this beautiful sentiment and nostalgia and fixation on the past, and you can feel it in every step you take in Johto. Through the NPC dialogue, through the music, through the way that the environments are constructed. Again, I'd refer you out to that video for a real in-depth analysis of it, because it's done beautifully. Unova top 1 in 2025? I've already had my Unova renaissance, I think, Sam. Hoenn has green. True. No grass at all in Johto. You can go back, Bergdahl, you can go back in the VOD to see talks about previous entries. Favorite Johto town or city? I love these questions. Ecruteak. Ecruteak. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, Ecruteak is just perfect. It's so different. No plans, Sam. I saw I watched a Let's Play of it from Redacted, and I was just like, I don't think it's gonna be, super beneficial. I don't think much would change. My heart breaks, Rose. My heart breaks. Goldenrod music, unbelievable. The music of Johto is so unbelievably beautiful. Thank you, Sunflux. Yeah, I think I'm very proud of my Pokemon videos. I think they're really good. I think they capture the spirit of the games and the settings, really well. So I'm quite proud of them. Yeah, the autumn colors. Oh. Thank you, Safwa. No, I haven't, Wolfman. As you enter into Ecruteak and you see the autumn colors slowly spread on the trees, the geographical transitions, man. Pokemon X and Y have a winter town, and then you go out a gate, and then it's just like summer. But yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia for it. I think Tarnished asked me, what my first Pokemon game was. I was there from the ground level. Mine was Pokemon Red. Pokemon Red, that was my first Pokemon game. And no, XY towns are beautiful. I love Pokemon X and Y towns. The problem is they don't have much integration. Like, I love Laver Town, I love Snowbell City. The music in both, but like, the region doesn't interact within itself in a natural way. Which screws with my immersion a little bit. It's a little thing, and it's not going to bother everyone, but it bothers me. Any towns in Scarlet and Violet that you like? A lot of them. Though, I think the way that modern Pokemon is designed makes it feel like less segregated towns and more kind of open. So it takes away from the community feel of the towns for me. And I generally think the towns are good to traverse and talk to people in, but you know, when an NPC walks by you and then you, like, stop to grab a water bottle, and 10 seconds later, that same NPC does the same walking cycle past you. And then again, and then again, and then again. The immersion kind of suffers a little bit, and just generally, I don't think they have much of a focus of making the town's thematic pieces in and of themselves. I think they move past that, which I think is a shame, because that's what I love about Pokemon. That's, like, my big thing. How the towns are integrative thematic pieces and communities in and of themselves, how they interact and holistically tell a tale. But I think Pokemon's moved past that, and that's not necessarily a flaw, it's just a stylistic thing, but it does alienate me a bit. Giant biomes, yeah. Exactly, Safa. It really isn't interested in doing that. Hello, Sebastian. Have you played Legends Arceus? No, but everyone tells me that that's, like, up my alley. I might play it one day. I wish Pikachu were real. Top 5 starter evolution lines? Piplup? Charmander? Chikorita? Oh, I'm the biggest... I'm one of the biggest Sinnoh fans out there, so yeah, I definitely am gonna play Legends Arceus eventually. I'm thinking, Chimchar? What are your thoughts on Darkrai, Zekrom, Reshiram, Palkia, Dialga? You can check out my videos on those generations of games, Wolfman. The TLDR is that they're all really good and thematically powerful and cohesive and tell a story through what they mean for the setting. But for the full thoughts, you can check out the videos on Unova and Sinnoh. Torchic line? I really like it. I might like the Mudkip one a bit better. Cyndaquil, though. Okay, you know what? I think I've concluded. Combusken is the low light in the Torchic line, but I do like Combusken. I said Chimchar, right? Very nice, Soul Samurai. Cyndaquil or Mudkip? Cyndaquil or Mudkip? Favorite starters from each of the past 3 gens. Okay, let me look this up. Gen 9 starters. Fuecoco. Gen 8 starters. Scorbunny? Scorbunny's purely for the anime. The anime makes Scorbunny so cute. But Scorbunny. And Gen 7, Rowlet. Easy. Rowlet's amazing. Oh, I hate that you told me that, Weaver. Anyways, Pokemon's amazing. Emboar's underrated. I don't like Emboar's line at all. Or Pignite? I think Pignite's cute, and then after that, it's pretty bad. Like it's probably one of my least favorite. Full stop. Sorry, Pignite's the middle one. Tepeg's cute. Yes. The second and third evolutions, though, I think are not good. No, Tepeg's cute. I like Tepeg. Litten? I love Fennekin. I don't know if Maz is still here, but Fennekin's great. Litton's pretty all right. I've caught a bunch of shiny Pokemon. Do you like Primarina, Quavaqual, and Inteleon? Let me double check what Quavaqual looks like. Oh yeah, no. I think I like Primarina though. Yep. I like Primarina. Primarina, however you pronounce it. And what was the last one? Inteleon. Inteleon's alright. Inteleon's alright. I think it's pretty mid, but not awful. I don't like Quavaqual at all. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of childhood stuff... Sorry, we were... SpongeBob SquarePants, the first 3 seasons, peak comedy that is almost better as an adult. I do have a lot of nostalgia associated with the series, but it was really the core of like 3 or 4 of the most formative years of my life, where me and my cousins would just play Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. There would be 4 of us. And we'd be at my house, and we'd all have versions of Pokemon Ruby or Sapphire, and we'd all play it, but while someone else is playing Animal Crossing. And we'd play Animal Crossing for half-hour shifts, and then when the half hour was done, the next person would play in their town. But everyone, while rotating out, would be playing Pokemon, trading with each other or whatever. So that has nothing to do with SpongeBob. I say this because that was what we do. And we do that for about 3 hours or so. Then we'd watch SpongeBob, the first 3 seasons, DVDs of them, on repeat over and over till we could recite the episodes word for word. I have so much personal nostalgic attachment to SpongeBob, but it's genuinely just really good. It's genuinely just extremely amazing. And yeah, like Downpour says, SpongeBob's aged unbelievably. I saw a video once that said that like SpongeBob, like when you watch SpongeBob's your favorite character when you're a kid watching it, but when you get older, you relate in some ways to Squidward, and Squidward becomes your favorite character. And I've had that sort of development. Squidward's genuinely an excellent character. SpongeBob is amazing. I love Patrick. Like, the world of Bikini Bottom, the comedy, there are so many hits. Like, every episode is great. Thank you, BioLizard. It's like I just turn on any episode from the first 3 seasons of SpongeBob, and I will laugh. I will laugh my ass off, and my heart will be full, and it'll be great. And yeah, SpongeBob memes, incredibly universal, iconic, for a reason. What's the take on the SpongeBob movie? I like it. I think it's quite good. I look at it as the end of this era of SpongeBob. Band Geeks, unbelievable. The minor characters of Bikini Bottom, yeah, like Pearl or Larry the Lobster. I love Plankton as well, Mr. Krabs. Oh, I'm so sorry, we were... listen, I think you'll enjoy them even if you watch them now. Yeah, I know, Guncharos. I did not, Trish. I missed that bus. That boat. Haven't seen Prisoner of Azkaban yet? I guess we'll see. This is one of my favorite OSTs. Full stop. Neville's Waltz. The Goblet of Fire OST. Right, Thomas? True, Trish. This guy stinks. Mrs. Puff, Karen. Ow, my leg. Yeah, it's not a coincidence that SpongeBob is the core of universally lauded and used memes. It's not a coincidence. It's just that funny, man. It's so well written. It ages so well. It's universally applicable. It's kind of sentimental for adults, and not because of nostalgic reasons, just because of the themes it tackles. Oh, that's awesome, Sam. It is Wolfman. Squilliam, Doodlebob, oh. You know, I think the Rock Bottom episode kind of contributed to my thalassophobia. A little bit, Sam. A little bit. Is Squilliam an antagonist? I guess so. I guess so. I think Gary Come Home... I don't know. I don't know, GG. It might be. It might be Season 3. Maybe Andres. Bet? Last bet of the day? Thoughts on Family Guy and South Park? Have not watched South Park at all. Family Guy, I think used to be pretty funny. Like, I used to really like watching it after coming home from work and stuff. When I was, like, late teenager. I don't think it's very funny anymore. From what I've seen. Gravity Falls. I've heard of Gravity Falls, yeah. Really, Ramen Power. That's interesting. Osaka? Is Family Guy just like Gintama but American? No. No, it's not. So, I will say some of the flow of the comedy is a little reminiscent, but that's where the similarities begin and end. Thoughts on Phineas and Ferb? No real thoughts. I watched a little bit of it. I generally liked it. Don't remember much. Oh yeah, Holly? Are you a Gravity Faller? I have not seen It's Always Sunny, no. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Courage the Cowardly Dog destroyed me. You got it, Next Level Meta. It's on my radar, for sure. Courage the Cowardly Dog? Hold on. Tell me this shit isn't terrifying. This shit gave me nightmares for fucking years. Okay? Alright? Hold on.
Return the slab.
What?
Return the slab, or suffer my curse.
What's your offer?
This night you will be visited by 3 plagues, each worse than the last. Return the slab.
I still think that's genuinely creepy.
Nice try, Professor.
Mayuri's Bankai, stop. I legit still think that's kind of creepy. Like, I don't think it's terrifying. I still think it's pretty creepy now. But when I was a kid, basically he got this cursed slab, and this guy told him to return the slab because otherwise he'd suffer this curse. And you see this CGI ghost thing. I was terrified. I could not sleep. I kept imagining that I'd wake up and look out my window, and past the trees in my backyard or something, or on the street, I would see this guy just Return this. Like, I was terrified. My sister and I watched it. And it's so funny. Our rooms, when this was in our old house, this was in not the house I moved here from, but the house before that. And our rooms were directly across the hall from each other, and our beds were in parallel, right? So if both doors were open, we would look and we'd be able to see each other. Okay, so this never happened, but we'd go to bed and we'd just shut the door, right? We saw this episode, and in the morning, we both woke up and saw each other across the hallway, and we're like, "You were scared from Courage the Cowardly Dog, huh?" "Yeah." And we slept for like 2 weeks with the doors open, because we just could not close the door. We were scared of the dark. Like, it destroyed me. It destroyed me. Smiling Friends? I haven't heard of that. It was real, Safa. I don't know what Moomin Media is, Jonathan. Me and my sister, like, up there with Osamu and Atsumu, Trish. Anyway, it's very uncanny. I think Hug said that. It's the uncanny element of it, and the voice. Ooh, I still think it's creepy. Meanwhile, I watched Alien at 11. Well, I saw Supernatural at 12. I think I was 8 or 9, maybe 8 when I saw this. How did I consume Umineko? Visual novel. Umineko Project visual novel, and then episode 8, read the manga as well. Very fair go. I would be terrified of Orochimaru stuff if I watched Naruto as a kid. That is very reminiscent, Jonah. Scooby-Doo? Scooby-Doo scared me too. There was like, excuse me, zombie episodes of Scooby-Doo really scared me. Like, I had a period of when I was a kid where I was scared of zombies. So there's like a movie about Scooby-Doo and Zombie Island or something, and that really scared me. I'm not sure, Ramen Power. I played it on PC. Animal Crossing scared you as a kid? How so? Speaking of Animal Crossing... No, I'm just kidding. Animal Crossing, no. Where was it in 2023? Animal Crossing was 17 in 2023. It's not quite this low. This low comparatively. Yeah, it would have been a drop, Andres, but I was joking. Oh, that's beautiful, Panda. Yeah, I don't know what Umineko's like on the Vita, but I do think... I can't imagine a world where PC isn't the definitive way to play it, or read it. Really, Holly? I don't think I've ever seen that. All Grown Up? Hey Arnold? I don't know why, but Hey Arnold always creeped me out. Like, it always... I never liked Hey Arnold. Maybe it was the head shapes. Or Arnold's head shape.
Peak Fiction, Kino.
The vibe of Hey Arnold would always put me off. I don't know why. Played most of it on a laptop? I did, yeah. I finished it on PC. Ed, Edd n Eddy? I get that. I really liked Ed, Edd n Eddy when I was young, but I get that. It was never the vibe for me, Trish. If I switched to Hey Arnold, it was never the vibe. I got Animal Crossing and I was an anxious kid. I had no idea what it was. I had this top-down view and I had no idea what to do. I talked to a villager like 10 times, which pisses them off, and when I saw them get mean, I shut it off and it took a whole month. Fair enough. They can be cruel, especially in GameCube. I love Hey Arnold. Hey, no shade. If you loved it, that's great. The vibes never worked for me. I don't think I've ever been scared by a Pokemon, Sam. I'm sorry, we were. Codename Kids Next Door, holy shit! Holy shit! I watched that. Yeah, I like that. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Thank you, Bea, for the 100 bits. If we're talking about children's animation, Gravity Falls is one of the funniest shows ever. Adults are animated, or adults are for kids or whatever, also telling an amazing story. Other goated ones include Adventure Time, Owl House, and Amphibia. I think those were the golden age of kids shows. I haven't seen any of them. Adventure Time, maybe a tiny bit, but not really. Thanks for the follow. I should, Andres. Speaking of which... No. I love Gravity Falls so much. I'm hearing a lot about it right now. Code Lyoko. No. I don't think I know what that is. Teen Titans? I love Teen Titans. I also loved the X-Men animated series. I really love that. Justice League. I watched a bit of Justice League. Danny Phantom. Fairly Odd Parents. Anime. In terms of anime, there was Yu-Gi-Oh!, Beyblade, and Pokemon and Digimon. Teen Titans doesn't hold up. Hate to see it. X-Men 97. I don't know. It feels like it was later than 90s. I think it was like early 2000s X-Men. Beyblade Metal Fusion? Beyblade in general. I did love Beyblade. Do you remember when Beyblade turned into Ava? You did, Bea. Yes, I've got a list of non-anime stuff on my plan to watch / read. Western stuff. Watchmen, Adventure Time, BoJack, a K-drama from Reindeer, some other stuff. Remember when Moses parted the sea with a Beyblade? So peak. Thank you again for the 100 bits, Bea. Beyblade turns into Ava. It really does. There is a bit in Beyblade where, like, I shit you not, two spinning tops hit each other, and then, like, the world... Like, I don't know, there's, like, an explosion on the surface of the world, and the two young men facing each other are, like, head in their hands, like this, on some grassy valley, just looking up at the stars together. As you should, Trish. I look forward to it. That's Shonen, baby. Which 3 Liverpool players would you take at Man United, ignoring money from signing and wages? Trent, McAllister, Szoboszlai, maybe? Endo's a bit older though, which is why I took the younger ones. Yeah, people were mentioning Code Lyoko. Surprise, no Allison? Onan is a great keeper. Virgil van Dijk, age. Salah, age, and I think Onan is a great keeper. Okay, sorry, we've been sidetracked. We have a bet. 52 and 53. Okay? I've seen Foster's Home as well. Undertale and Deltarune or Hoseki no Kuni. In case you didn't know, I have recently had a resurgence and a renaissance with Hoseki no Kuni after catching up in the last couple weeks. 3 weeks? Two and a half weeks or so. I mean, look at where Hoseki no Kuni was in 2023. It was 70, down 14, and we are up to 53 or 52. So, I mean, that should speak for itself. It takes the really personal nature of the beauty of Season 1, of which the adaptation for it is still one of my favorites, and Foss as a character, and the way it tackles nostalgia and personal, irrevocable change, permanent change, and how fractured we become, and change how permanent these changes become, and they reflect in our psyche, and applies it on the grandest scale possible to the fate of humanity, and whether it's worth salvaging, whether it's worth being human. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable the payoffs in Hoseki no Kuni right now, and it's about to end. I'm scared to bet. Up to you. Up to you guys. And then Undertale and Deltarune. I mean, Undertale, both of them have some of the best gameplay story integration, some of the best uses of games as a medium. And Deltarune is one of the biggest hooks for a story going forward with an insane ceiling. The theory game's even crazier. It's so layered and exciting. I need to delve back into it. Another I have no clue with? Oh? I guess we'll go with the vibes. Toby is really refining a lot of his character work, too, in general, with the Deltarune main cast. Also, some of my favorite... totally agree, Andres. Also, some of my favorite music in anything. For both the anime of Hoseki no Kuni and the music of the game of Undertale and Deltarune. And there was a 5 or 6 page sequence of a recent chapter of Hoseki no Kuni that I quite literally it just broke me. It just completely broke me. Similarly, the last stretch of Undertale where Undertale starts playing. Let me play it. My God, man. My God, what was Toby cooking with this? Oh, it'll get copyrighted? On YouTube or Twitch? Yeah, if it's YouTube, it's fine. YouTube? Okay, that's fine. And the funny thing is, it's not even Toby copywriting that shit. He straight up said, you can like, I don't care. So it's fraudulent copyright shit. Anyways, Undertale... Oh, this music, man. This whole sequence. I remember it pretty well, Bea. Just to generally... The bet has not popped up yet. I'll put it for 2 minutes. Here you go. Just to generally talk about this, the direction of the story going forward. I think it's going to really hone in on Chris. I think it's going to do some really dark meta things with Chris and their relationships with the world around them and their agency. And I think Spamton is a sort of dark, twisted reflection of what is going on with how Chris is being used. Is how I would sum it up. The ceiling is out of this world. It's all about his soul, yeah. No worries, Rapids. Have a good one. We're gonna be finished once we hit 51. Gaster 2, yep. Undertale versus Deltarune so far? I think Undertale's a better game than Deltarune so far. Sorry, Weber. That took me a few minutes. The genocide route, the nature of Sans. The nature of Sans' character. The reason he acts the way he does. Oh my god. He very well may be, Tom. Let's see, what do we got? Hoseki no Kuni winning big time. God damn. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Weaver, so maybe not. Do you plan on playing Earthbound and replaying Mother 3? I played Earthbound. And no, I don't. But I played Earthbound. It seems to have come through for you, Jonathan. For me, on my end, Jonathan. Thoughts on Noelle? One nice thing about Noelle, her relationship with her father is legit one of the most emotionally affecting things in Undertale and Deltarune in general for me. What do we got? 55% say Hoseki no Kuni, 45% say Undertale Deltarune. Who wins? Sometimes I just wait for more people to say stuff in chat so I can see where you voted. I regret my choice? Well, yeah, I mean, we were, I'll look into it. I don't really know where to start for looking into that, but, maybe. Maybe. Anyways, the answer is... Snowgrave route. Okay. Undertale and Deltarune. But look at that rise. 17 for Hoseki no Kuni. Good job. Good job, Ichikawa. But Undertale and Deltarune, same exact spot as last year. I think you got it, Jonathan. Trish, how dare you? Trish! Oh my god. Oh man. Stay strong, keep the faith is a quote from Elidibus. And it makes me want to die. Congratulations to the 45% of you. Give us the waffles? Oh, chill. Wait, is there a way to not give him just a so-so gamer? Congratulations. That was the last bet for today. And to round out the top 50. You blame Andres? Me too, Rose. Me too. Congrats, Ollie. The final one. Please, Studio Orange. Please. Give us an amazing Season 3, and I can raise B-stars even higher. Just on the outskirts of the top 50. I I love Legoshi, I love Louis, I love Haru, I love Juno, I love a lot of characters we haven't met yet that will become a factor. Riz, Tem, Yuki Kaji's character, Pina. The presentation is immaculate, out of this world. The thematics are unbelievable. I've talked a lot about Beastars. All that applies, and the only thing holding it back a little bit, like, my thoughts about this are primarily the anime, as it says. Beautiful pin. Beautiful pin, Andres. I think the ending drops the ball in a lot of places. So if the anime can really smooth that out and make the ending good, maybe even great somehow, finish some character arcs in a way that's really contributory and cohesive, that would be great. And I believe they can do it. The adaptation's amazing so far. Undertale's also the same spot every year. Undertale and FMAB, paragons of consistency. Yeah, give us this. Give us Beastars. That's coming this year. That's coming 2024. God, there's Beastars. There's Monogatari coming. Give us this. Give us Beastars. Give us Trigun. Then finish up Hoseki. Easy. But yeah, that is the end of my top, the bottom 55 of my top 100 list. And I think we'll stop there to just cut it off clean tomorrow, top 50. It is getting another season. Trigun Stampede. Would I buy a copy of Watchmen on Amazon if I gifted enough subs to pay for it? Please, I really appreciate it, Next Level Meta, but it's not something that's on my radar right now. I'd want you to just support if you want to support me, but not if you specifically want me to watch that, because I can't say that I'll be watching it really invested. Like, I'll get to it eventually, naturally, you know? But thank you so much. I'll be watching the VOD and rooting for One Piece. Anything else? You rooting for anything else? Isn't Tier 4 red? Oh, no. Oh, wait, is it? Hold on. Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry, you're right. You're right. You were absolutely right. Tier 4 is red. No Yakuza games yet? We'll see if there are Yakuza games. FF14ers, I was confident about Emmett top 1, but I don't think we'll be winning tomorrow. You don't? Thank you, Next Level Meta. Thank you very much. Yakuza 0 top 10 agenda? Top 10 is the best of the best. I do love me some Yakuza 0. Thank you, no problem, Next Level Meta. Thank you very much for gifting a sub. Let me just say, tomorrow will be a movie. Tomorrow will be incredible. Today was actually the quieter day in terms of new entries. There's some big movers up and down. Oppenheimer, a new entry. Disco Elysium. But a lot of familiar faces. Silent Hill 2 making it up. Akane Banashi, stuff like that. Tomorrow is there's a lot of new tomorrow. There is a lot of new stuff. So just get ready for that. You know, let me know tomorrow if you want to, at the beginning of the stream. I'll ask you guys general predictions. We have a prediction document out there that I refer back to that's really fun. But I'll also ask you guys some predictions tomorrow. What you think? One Piece is bait, and it's not even honorable mention, I feel it. Oh, it is possible. Was Apothecary Diaries in honorable mentions? No, but it's damn close. I think once we get Season 2, it'll be on here. It'll be on here for sure. I really like Apothecary Diaries. It was really close. Solo leveling, peak. I'm hoping you had a revelation in Yakuza 5 and 6 will be ahead of 0. If it's on the list, we'll see. How nasty are tomorrow's bets looking? There's some evil ones. There's some evil ones. Off the top of my head, yeah, there's some juicy ones. We're gonna do a great one to end things. We may do a 3-way. I hope you enjoyed the VOD for it, Chill. Hannah did encourage me to go all out. I have a feeling 14 is the new #1 and I won't be able to procrastinate starting it anymore. Well, you shouldn't even if it isn't. But we'll see. We shall see. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I had a ton of fun. It's a great way to start my week. I love gushing about these stories. I can't wait to get into the top 50 tomorrow. No problem, Jarat Lee. Thank you for joining in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Just editing the title. Yeah, I guess we'll leave it there. Thank you guys so much. You join us tomorrow for the grand finale of the Top 100 streams, after which we'll be back to games on Monday with Yakuza 7, Yakuza Like a Dragon, which will be tons of fun. And then Bleach on Wednesday. That'll be tons of fun. And a subathon on the horizon, too. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone, for the investment in the bets and all the support. And have a good one, guys. Have a good one. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.